Khureb BeRuakh, Sword of the Spirit, narrated and interpreted by Wendy.
Jeshojehu. Chapter 1. The vision of Jeshojehu, the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Yehuda and Jerusalem during the days of Hosia, Jotham, Ahaz, and Chezkiyahu, kings of Yehuda. Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth, for Yehovah has spoken. I have nourished and brought up children, and they have rebelled against me. The ox knows his owner, and the ass his master's manger, but Yisrael does not know. My people do not consider. Alas, sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity, a seed of evildoers, children from the corrupters. You have forsaken Yehovah. You have despised the Holy One of Yisrael. You have turned backward. Why should you be struck any more? You rebel again and again. Your whole head is sick, and your whole heart is weak. From the sole of your feet even to the head, there is no soundness in it, but wounds and bruises and festering sores. They have not been closed, nor bound up, nor cleansed with oil. Your country is desolate. Your cities are burning with fire. The nations have devoured your Adamah in your presence, and it is desolate, as if overthrown by the nations. The daughter of Zion is left like a cottage in a vineyard, like a cabin in a garden of cucumbers, like a besieged city. Except Yehovah of hosts had left a very small remnant for us, we would have been like Sodom and Gomorrah. Hear the word of Yehovah, you rulers of Sodom. Give ear to the teaching of our Elohim, you people of Gomorrah. For what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices to me, saith Yehovah? I am full of the ascension offerings of rams, and the fat of well-fed beasts, and do not delight in the blood of bulls, or of lambs, or of he-goats. Who has requested this by your hand when you come to appear before me, to tread my courts? Do not bring any more empty offerings. Incense is an abomination to me. The new moons and shabbats, the calling of assemblies, I cannot endure the iniquity of the solemn meetings. My soul hates your new moons and your appointed feasts. They are a trouble to me. I am weary of bearing them. When you spread forth your hands, I hide my eyes from you. Also, when you make prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood. Wash yourself, make yourself clean, put away the evil of your doings from before my eyes. Stop doing evil. Learn to do well. Seek judgment, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, plead for the widow. Come now, and let us reason together, saith Yehovah. Though your sins are as scarlet, they will be white as snow. Though they are red like crimson, they will be as wool. If you are willing and obedient, you will eat the good from the land. But if you refuse and rebel, you will be devoured with the sword, for the mouth of Yehovah has spoken it. How has the faithful city become a harlot? It was full of judgment. Righteousness dwelt in it, but now murderers. Your silver has become dross. Your wine is mixed with water. Your princes are rebellious and companions of thieves. Everyone loves bribes and following after rewards. They do not judge the fatherless. They do not cause the widow to come to them. Therefore saith Adonai, Yehovah of hosts, now the mighty one of Yisrael will ease me of my adversaries and avenge me of my enemies. And I will turn my hand upon you and purge your dross and take away all your tin. And I will restore your judges like at the beginning, and your counselors like at the beginning. Afterward, you will be called the city of righteousness, the faithful city. Zion will be remembered with judgment, and her converts with righteousness. And the destruction of the transgressors and of the sinners will be together, and those who forsake Yahuwah will be consumed. For they will be ashamed of the oaks which they have desired, and you will be ashamed of the gardens that you have chosen. For you will be like an oak whose leaves fade, and like a garden that has no water. Then the stronger one will be like a follower, and its maker is like a spark, and they will both burn together, but no one will quench them. Chapter 2. The word of Jeshojehu, the son of Ammuz, concerning Yehuda and Yerushalayim. And it will come to pass in the last days, that the mountain of Yahuwah's house will be established in the top of the mountains, and will be exalted above the hills, and all nations will flow to it. And many people will go and say, Come, and let us go to the mountain of Yahuwah, to the house of the Elohim of Jacob, and he will teach us his ways, and we will walk in his paths. For out of Zion the teachings will go forth, and the word of Yahuwah from Yerushalayim. And he will judge among the nations, and will rebuke many people, and they will beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation will not lift up a sword against nation, nor will they learn war any more. O house of Jacob, come, and let us walk in the light of Yahuwah. Therefore you have forsaken your people, the house of Jacob, for they are replenished from the east, and are diviners of clouds like the Pelishtim, and in the children of foreigners they are satisfied. Also their land is full of silver and gold, and there is no end of their treasures. Their land is full of horses, and there is no end of their chariots. Also their land is full of idols. They worship the work of their own hands, that which their own fingers have made. And Adam bows down, even the great man humbles himself. Therefore do not forgive them. Enter into the rock and hide yourself in the dust for fear of Yahuwah, and for the glory of his majesty. The lofty looks of Adam will be humbled, and the pride of men will be bowed down, and Yahuwah alone will be exalted during that day. And the day of Yahuwah of hosts will be upon everyone that is proud and lofty, and upon everyone that is lifted up, and he will be brought low. Also upon all the cedars of Lebanon that are high and lifted up, and upon all the oaks of Bashan, and upon all the high mountains, and upon all the hills that are lifted up, and upon every high tower, and upon every fenced wall, and upon all the ships of Tarshish, and upon all pleasant pictures. And the loftiness of Adam will be bowed down, and the pride of men will be made low, and Yahuwah alone will be exalted during that day, and he will completely destroy the idols. Moreover, they will go into the holes of the rocks, and into the caves of the earth, for fear of Yahuwah, and for the glory of his majesty, when he arises to shake the earth terribly. During that day, Adam will cast his idols of silver, and his idols of gold, which they made each one for himself to worship, to the moles and to the bats, to go into the clefts of the rocks, and into the tops of the ragged rocks, for fear of Yahuwah, and for the glory of his majesty, when he arises to shake the earth terribly. Stop yourself from Adam, whose own breath is in his mouth, for by whom is he accredited? Chapter 3. For behold, the Lord Yahuwah of hosts takes the stock and the storage away from Yerushalayim and Yehuda, the whole stock of bread and the whole storage of water, the mighty men and the mighty men of war, the judge and the prophet, the enchanter and the ancient, the captains of 50, and the honorable men, and the counselors, and the craftsmen, and the eloquent speakers. And I will give children to become their princes, and babes to rule over them. And the people will be oppressed, everyone by another, and everyone by his neighbor. The child will behave proudly against the elderly, and the common against the honorable. When a man takes hold of his brother, of the house of his father, saying, "You have clothing, be our ruler, and let this ruin be under your hand," during that day he will swear, saying, "I will not be a healer, for in my house is neither bread nor clothing. Do not make me a ruler of the people, for Jerusalem is ruined, and Yehuda is fallen, because their tongue and their doings are against Yahweh, to provoke the eyes of his glory. The show of their countenance does witness against them, and they declare their sin like Sodom. They do not hide it. Woe to their soul, for they have rewarded evil unto themselves. Say to the righteous that it will be well with him, for they will eat the fruit of their behavior. Woe to the wicked, it will be ill with him, for the reward of his hands will be given to him. As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, those who lead you cause you to err, and destroy the way of your paths. Yahweh stands up to plead and stand to judge the people. Yahweh will enter into judgment with the elderly of his people, and the princes of it, for you have eaten up the vineyard. The plunder of the poor is in your houses. What do you mean you will beat my people into pieces, and grind the faces of the poor, saith Yahweh, Elohim of hosts. Moreover, Yahweh says, because the daughters of Zion are prideful, and walk with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes, walking and menacing as they go, and making twinkling with their feet. Therefore the Adon will strike the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion with a scab, and Yahweh will uncover their nakedness. During that day the Adon will take away the bravery of their twinkling ornaments about their feet, and their scarves, and their crescents, the chains, and the bracelets, and the mufflers, the bonnets, and the ornaments of the legs, and the headbands, and the tablets, and the earrings, the rings, and the nose jewels, the tunics, and the mantles, and the handkerchiefs, and the purses, the glasses, and the fine linen, and the hoods, and the veils. And it will come to pass that instead of a sweet smell, there will be a stench, and instead of a sash, a rope, instead of well-set hair, baldness, instead of a robe, sackcloth, and a branding instead of beauty. Your men will fall by the sword, and her gates will lament and mourn, and she will be desolate, sitting upon the ground. Chapter 4. And during that day 7 women will take hold of one man, saying, We will eat our own bread, and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by your name, to take away our reproach. During that day the branch of Yahweh will be beautiful and glorious, and the fruit of the earth will be excellent and attractive for those of Yisrael who escape. And it will come to pass that he who is left in Zion and he who remains in Jerusalem will be called holy, even those who are written among the living in Jerusalem. When Adonai washes away the filth of the daughters of Zion, and will have purged the blood of Jerusalem from the midst of it by the spirit of judgment and by the spirit of burning. Then Yahweh will create on every dwelling place of Mount Zion and upon her assemblies a cloud and smoke by day, and the shining of a flaming fire by night, for all the glory is a defense. And there will be a tabernacle for shade during the daytime from the heat, and for a place of refuge, and for a hiding place from storm and rain. Chapter 5. Now let me sing for my friend a song about a vine in my beloved's vineyard, which is for my friend, a son whose horn is anointed. Therefore he fenced it, and he collected out its stones, and he planted it with the choice vine, and he built a tower in its midst. Also a winepress was made in it. And he waited for it to bring forth, but it brought forth wild grapes. And now, you inhabitants of Yerushalayim, and men of Yehudah, judge, I pray you, between me and my vineyard. What could I have done more for my vineyard, which I have not done with it? Why, when I intended to produce grapes, did it produce wild grapes? And now, allow me to tell you, I pray you, what I will do to my vineyard. I will remove its hedge, and it will be eaten up, and its wall will break down, and it will be trodden down, and I will lay it waste. It will not be pruned nor dug, but briars and thorns will come up. Also I will command the clouds that they do not rain upon it. For the vineyard of Yehovah of hosts is the house of Yeshariel, and the men of Yehudah is this pleasant plant. And he looked for judgment, but behold opposition, for righteousness, but behold a cry. Woe to those who join house to house, and lay field to field, until there is no space, so that there may be empty space in the midst of the earth. In my ears Yehovah of hosts said, Of a truth many houses will be desolate, even big and beautiful ones will be without an inhabitant. Also 10 acres of vineyard will yield 1 bath, and the seed of an omer will yield an ephah. Woe to those who rise up early in the morning, so that they may drink strong drink, and continue until night, until wine inflames them. And the harp, and the lute, and the tabreh, and pipe, and wine are in their feasts, but they do not regard the work of Yehovah, nor consider the operation of his hands. Therefore my people are going into captivity, because they have no knowledge, and their honorable men are famished, and their multitude is dried up with thirst. Therefore hell has enlarged herself, and opened her mouth without measure, and their glory and their multitude and their pomp and their rejoices will descend into it. Moreover, Adam will bow, and he will be brought down, and the mighty men will be humbled. But Yehovah of hosts will be exalted in judgment, and all that is holy will be sanctified in righteousness. Then the lands will feed as they want, and immigrants will eat the fattened ones. Woe to those who draw iniquity with cords of vanity, and sin as if it were a cart rope, who say, Let him make speed and hasten his work, so that we may see it, and let the counsel of the Holy One of Yeshariel draw near and come, so that we may know it. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Woe to those who are wise in their own eyes and prudent in their own sight. Woe to those who are mighty to drink wine, and men of strength for mingling strong drink, who justify the wicked for a bribe and take away the righteousness of the righteous from him. Therefore, as the fire devours the stubble, and the flame consumes the chaff, so too their root will become rotten, and their blossom will go up like dust, because they have cast away the teaching of Yehovah of hosts, and despised the word of the Holy One of Yeshariel. Therefore the anger of Yehovah is kindled against his people, and he has stretched forth his hand against them, and has smitten them, and the hills do tremble, and their carcasses were torn in the midst of the streets. Despite all this, his anger is not turned away, and his hand is still stretched out, and he will lift up a sign for the nations from afar, and will hiss to them from the ends of the earth, and behold, they will swiftly come with speed. No one will be weary nor stumble among them. No one will stumble nor sleep, nor will the girdle of their loins be loosened, nor the latchet of their shoes be broken, whose arrows are sharp, and all their bows bent. Their horse hooves will be considered flint, and their wheels like a whirlwind. Their roaring will be like a lion. They will roar like young lions. Also they will roar and lay hold of the prey, and they will retrieve, and no one will save it. And during that day they will roar against them like the roaring of the sea. And if one looks to the land, behold, darkness and sorrow, and the light will be darkened in its heavens. Chapter 6. In the year that King Uzziah died, I also saw Adonai sitting upon a throne, high and lifted up, and his train filled the temple. Above it stood the seraphim. Each one had 6 wings. With 2 he covered his face, with 2 he covered his feet, and with 2 he flew. And one cried for another, and said, Holy, holy, holy is Yehovah of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory. And the post of the door moved at the voice of him who cried, and the house was filled with smoke. Then I said, Woe is me, for I am undone, because I am a man of unclean lips, and I dwell in the midst of people of unclean lips. For my eyes have seen the King, Yehovah of hosts. Then one of the seraphim flew to me, having a live coal in his hand, which he had taken with the tongs from off the altar. And he laid it upon my mouth, and said, Lo, this has touched your lips, and your iniquity is taken away, and your sin is purged. Also I heard the voice of the Lord asking, Whom will I send, and who will go for us? Then I said, Here I am, send me. And he said, Go and tell this people, You hear, but you do not understand, and you see, but you do not perceive. Make the heart of this people fat, and make their ears heavy, and shut their eyes, or else they will see with their eyes, and they will hear with their ears, and understand with their heart, and convert, and be healed. Then I asked, Adonai, how long? And he answered, Until the cities are wasted without inhabitant, and the houses without Adam, and the Adamah becomes utterly desolate. Also Yehovah will remove Adam far away, and there is a great forsaking in the midst of the land. And when there is only 1/10, then it will be purged again, like a terebinth and like an oak, which in the fall have 1 trunk. The holy seed is its trunk. Chapter 7. And it came to pass during the days of Ahaz, the son of Jotham, the son of Uzziah, king of Yehudah, that Rezin, the king of Aram, and Pekach, the son of Remaliah, the king of Yisrael, went up to Jerusalem to war against it, but could not prevail against it. And it was told to the house of David, saying, Aram has allied with Ephraim. Therefore his heart and the heart of his people were moved, like the trees of the wood are moved with the wind. Then Jehu said to Jeshojehu, Go now and meet Ahaz, you and Shear-Yashub, your son, at the end of the aqueduct of the upper pool in the highway of the fuller's field, and say to him, Take heed and be quiet. Do not fear, nor be faint-hearted, because of the tail ends of these 2 smoking firebrands. For Aram, Ephraim, and the descendant of Remaliah have taken negative counsel against you, saying, Let us go up against Yehudah, and vex it, and let us make a breach in it for ourselves, and set a king in the midst of it, the son of Thubal. Thus saith Yehovah Elohim, It will not stand, nor will it come to pass, for the head of Aram is Demeshach, and the head of the silent sackcloth weaver is firm. Moreover, within 65 years Ephraim will be broken, so that it is not a people. And the head of Ephraim is Shamerun, and the head of the watch mountain is the descendant of the one who is protected by Yahweh. If you do not believe, surely you will not be established. Moreover, Yahweh spoke to Ahaz again, saying, Ask it either in the depth or in the height above. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, nor will I tempt Yahweh. And he said, Hear now, O house of David, is it a small thing for you to weary men? But will you weary my Elohim also? Therefore Adonai will give you a sign himself. Behold, a virgin will conceive, and bear a son, and she will call his name Emmanuel, all with us. He will eat butter and honey, so that he may know to refuse evil and choose good. For before the child will know to refuse evil and choose good, the Adamah that you detest will be forsaken of both her kings. Yahweh will bring upon you and your people and the house of your father a time unlike anything since Ephraim broke away from Yehudah. He will bring the king of the wall, and it will come to pass during that day that Yahweh will buzz for the fly that is in the outermost part of the rivers of Mitzrayim, and for the bee that is in the land of Ashur. And they will come, and in the holes of the rocks, and upon thorns, and upon bushes. In that same day Adonai will shave with a razor what is hired, namely, by those beyond the river, by the king of Ashur, the head, and the hair of his feet. Also it will consume the beard. And it will come to pass during that day, that a man will nourish a young heifer and 2 sheep. And it will come to pass, because of the abundance of milk that they will give, he will eat butter. For everyone who is left in the land will eat butter and honey. Furthermore, during that day, everywhere that 1,000 vines worth of 1,000 pieces of silver exists, there will be briars and thorns also. He will come there with bows and arrows, because the entire land will be briars and thorns. Moreover, no one who digs with a hoe will come upon all the hills, for fear of the briars and thorns. However, it will become a range for the oxen, and a trampling ground for the sheep. Chapter 8. Moreover, Yahweh said to me, Take a great supper, and write in it with a man's pen, according to the sudden plunder of a falcon's spoils. Therefore I took for myself witnesses for a record, Uriah the priest, and Jeshojehu, the son of BeRuack. Then I went to the prophetess, and she conceived and bore a son. Then Yahweh said to me, Call his name Maher-Shalal-Hashbaz. For before the child will have knowledge to cry, My father and my mother, the riches of Demeshech and the plunder of Shamerun will be carried to the king of Ashur. Also Yahweh spoke to me again, saying, Forasmuch as the people refused the gentle waters that were sent, and rejoice in Rezin, and the descendant of Remal-Yehu, now, behold, Adonai will bring upon them the strong and massive waters of the king of Ashur, and all his glory. And he will come up over his channels, and go over his banks, and he will pass through Yehudah, and he will overflow and go over, reaching to the neck. And his wings will stretch out across your land, Emmanuel. Ally yourselves, O you people, and you will be broken in pieces. And give ear, all you faraway countries. Dress yourselves, and you will be broken in pieces. Dress yourselves, and you will be broken in pieces. Take counsel together, and it will come to nothing. Speak the word, and it will not stand, because all is with us. For Yahweh spoke this to me by a strong hand, and instructed me that I should not go in the way of these people. Do not ally according to what all the people say. This is our alliance. Also, do not be troubled by their fears. Yahweh of hosts is him you should fear, and from him you should tremble. Also he will be a sanctuary and a stumbling stone, and a stumbling rock to both houses of Yisrael, for a trap and snare to the inhabitants of Yerushalayim. And many among them will stumble, and fall, and be broken, and be snared, and be taken. Bind up the testimony, seal the teaching among my disciples. Therefore I will wait upon Yahweh, who hides his face from the house of Jacob, and I will look for him. And behold, I and the children whom Yahweh has given me are for signs and for wonders within Yisrael, from Yahweh of hosts, who dwells in Mount Zion. And when they say to you, look for a medium or wizard, who can peek and mother, why do these people not seek their Elohim? Why do they ask the dead about the living? It shall be according to the torah and the testimony. If they do not speak according to this word, it is because for them there is no sunrise. Therefore they will pass through her miserable and hungry. Then when they are hungry, they will get angry and curse Elohim. Then they will look upward. Also he will look towards the earth, and he will see stress, and from the birds of darkness, anguish, and they will be driven into darkness. However, the darkness upon her is not like when the light afflicted the land of the exalted, or the land of wrestling. Then, afterward, he grievously afflicted her by the way of the sea, beyond Yarden, in the cycle of the nations. Chapter 9. The people who walked in darkness have seen a great light. Those who dwelt in the land of the shadow of death, upon them the light has shined. You have multiplied the nations, but not increased the joy. They rejoice before you according to the joy of harvest, and like men rejoice when they divide the plunder. For you have broken the yoke of his burden, and the staff of his shoulder, the rod of his oppressor, like the day of Midian. For the entire warrior sandal will be shaken. Also garments will be rolled in blood, and it will be burning fuel for the fire. For unto us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government will be upon his shoulder, and his name will be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty Elohim, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace, to whom his dominion will increase. And there will be no end of the peace upon the throne of the Beloved and upon his kingdom, to organize it and to establish it with judgment and with justice from henceforth to forever. The zeal of Yahweh of hosts will perform this. Adonai has sent a word to Jacob, and it has enlightened Yisrael, and all the people of Ephraim will know. Furthermore, the inhabitant of the watchful mountain will say with pride and an arrogant heart, the bricks have fallen down, but we will build with cut stones. The sycamores are cut down, but we will replace them with cedars. Also, Yahweh will establish a firm grip upon him, and he will debate with their enemies. First the exalted, then the immigrant, and they will devour Yisrael with an open mouth. Despite all this, his anger still has not turned away, but his hand is outstretched. For the people do not turn to him who strikes them, nor do they seek Yahweh of hosts. Therefore, in one day, Yahweh will cut off the head and tail, the branch and bulrush of Yisrael. Those who are elderly and honorable are the head, and the prophet who teaches lies is the tail. For the leaders of the people cause them to err. Therefore, those who lead them will be destroyed. Also, Adonai will have no joy in their young men, nor will he have mercy on their fatherless and widows. For everyone is a hypocrite and an evildoer, and every mouth speaks folly. Despite all this, his anger still has not turned away, but his hand is outstretched. For wickedness burns like fire. It devours the briars and thorns. Also, it will kindle in the thickets of the forest, and they will turn into rising smoke. By the wrath of Yahweh of hosts, the land will be darkened. The people will be like fuel of the fire. No man will spare his brother. And he will cut on the right hand and be hungry. And he will eat upon the left hand, but not be satisfied. Each man will eat the flesh of his own arm. Menashe unto Ephraim, and Ephraim unto Menashe. And they will gather together against Yehudah. Despite all this, his anger still has not turned away, but his hand is outstretched. Chapter 10. Woe to those who decree unrighteous decrees, and who write grievousness, which they have prescribed, to turn aside the needy from judgment, and to take away justice from the poor of my people, so that widows may be their prey, and so that they may rob the fatherless. And what will you do during the day of your visitation, and during the desolation that will come from afar? To whom will you flee for help? And where will you leave your glory? Without me they will bow down from under the prisoners, and they will fall under the slain. Despite all this, his anger still was not turned away, but his hand was outstretched. I will send him against a hypocritical nation, and I will give him a charge against the people of my wrath, to take the plunder, and to take the prey, and to tread them down like the mire on the streets. However, he does not do it, nor does his heart think so. And it is in his heart to cut off nations, and not a few. For he says, Are my princes not all kings? Is not Calnu like Carchemish? Is not Chemat like Arpad? Is not Shemerun like Dameshek? Just as my hand has found the kingdoms of idols, and the graven images from Yerushalayim and Shemerun, will I not do to Yerushalayim and her idols like I have done to Shemerun and her idols? Therefore it will come to pass that when Adonai has performed his whole work upon Mount Zion and on Yerushalayim, I will punish the fruit of the arrogant heart of the king of Ashur, and the glory of his high looks. For he says, By the strength of my hand I have done it, and my wisdom. For I am prudent, and I have removed the bounds of the people, and have robbed their treasures, and have put down the inhabitants like a valiant man. And my hand has found the riches of the people like a nest, and like someone who has gathered eggs that are left behind, I have gathered the entire earth, and there was no one who moved a wing, or opened the mouth, or peeped. Will the axe boast of itself to him who cuts with it? Or will the saw magnify itself to him who swivels it? Like the rod trembles itself for those who are lifted up, or like the staff that lifts itself up as if it were not wood. Therefore Adonai in Yahweh of hosts sends leanness among his fat ones, and under his glory he will kindle a burning like the burning of a fire, and the light of Yeshariel will be for a fire, and his Holy One for a flame, and it will burn and devour his thorns and briars in one day, and consume the glory of his forest, and of his fruitful field, both soul and body, and they will be like when a sick man faints. Then the remaining trees of his forest will be few, so that a child may write them. Then, during that day, the remnant of Yeshariel and those from the house of Jacob who escape will no longer depend upon the one who struck them any more, but will truly depend upon the Holy One of Yeshariel. The remnant will return, even the remnant of Jacob, To the mighty Elohim, although your people, Yisrael, are like the sand of the sea, only a remnant of them will remain. The destruction that was decreed will overflow with righteousness, for Elohim of hosts will make a bride in the midst of the land. Therefore, thus saith Elohim of hosts, O my people, who dwell in Zion, do not be afraid of Asher, who struck you with a rod, and who lifted his staff against you, following the example of Mitzrayim. For only a very short while, then the indignation will end, also the season of my anger. Then Yehu of hosts will stir up a scourge for him according to the slaughter of Midian at the rock of Khureb, and like his rod was upon the sea, so too he will lift it up according to the example of Mitzrayim. And it will come to pass during that day, that his burden will be taken away from off your shoulder, and his yoke from off your neck, and the yoke will be destroyed because of the anointing. He will go to a heap of ruins. He will be tossed by to his hidden kali. They have gone over the passage. They have taken up their lodging at the hill. The hill will be afraid. The hill of Shaul will flee. Lift up your voice, O daughter of the springs. Cause the lion to hear. The humble have answered prayers. The dunghill is removed. The inhabitants of the pit flee themselves. If he continues to remain in his high place that day, shaking his hand against the mount of the daughter of Zion, the hill of Yerushalayim, behold, Adonai, Yehu of hosts, will lop off the limb with a crash, and the high ones of stature will be cut down, and the proud will be humbled. And he will cut down the thickets of the forest with iron. Then the white one will fall by a deer. Chapter 11. Then from the stem I possess, a rod will come forth, and a branch will grow from its roots, and the Ruach of Yehu will rest upon him, the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel and might, the spirit of knowledge and of the reverence of Yehu. Furthermore, his delight will be in the reverence of Yehu, and he will not judge after the sight of his eyes, nor correct by the hearing of his ears, but he will judge the poor with righteousness, and correct with equality for the meek of the earth. And he will strike the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips he will slay the wicked. And his loins will be clothed with righteousness, and faithfulness will be the girdle of his reins. Then the wolf will dwell with the lamb, and the leopard will lie down with the kid. Also the calf and the young lion and the fatling will be together, and a young child will lead them. So too the cow and the bear will feed. Their young ones will lie down together, and the lion will eat straw with the ox. Also a nursing baby will play upon the hole of a cobra, and the weaned child will put his hand in the viper's den. They will not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, for the earth will be full of the knowledge of Yehu, like the waters cover the seas. And during that day there will be a root that I possess, that will stand like a banner for the people of the nations, who seek him and are in his glorious rest. And it will come to pass during that day that Adonai will add another, so that his hand will cover the remnant of his people. Those who remain from Asher, and from Mitzrayim, and from Parthos, and from Cush, and from Elam, and from Shinar, and from Hamat, and from the islands of the sea. Then he will set up a sign for the nations, and will assemble the outcasts of Yisrael, and will gather the dispersed of Yehudah together from the four corners of the earth. Also the jealousy of Ephraim will leave, and the restrictions of Yehudah will be cut off. Ephraim will not envy Yehuda, and Yehuda will not antagonize Ephraim, but they will fly upon the shoulders of the immigrants toward the west. Together they will plunder those of the east. They will lay their hand upon Edom and Moab, and the children of Ammon will obey them. Then Yahuwah will completely destroy the tongue of the sea of Mitzrayim, and with his mighty wind he will shake his hand over the river, and will strike it in the 7 streams. Then your crossing will be on dry land, and there will be a highway for the remnant of his people, who remain from Asher, like there was for Yeshareel during the day that he came up out of the land of Mitzrayim. Chapter 12. And during that day you will say, O Yahuwah, I will praise you. Although you were angry with me, your anger has turned away, and you comforted me. Behold, Elohim is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. For Yah, he who exists, is my strength and my song. He is my salvation. Therefore I will draw water out of the wells of salvation with joy. And during that day you will say, Praise Yahuwah, call upon his name, declare his doings among the people, make mention that his name is exalted. Sing unto Yahuwah, for he has done excellent things. This is known in all the earth. Cry out and shout, you inhabitants of Zion, for great is the Holy One of Yeshareel in the midst of you. Chapter 13. The prophecy of Babel, which Jeshojehu, the son of Amos, saw. Lift up a banner upon the high mountain. Raise a voice to them. Wave a hand so they may enter into the gates of the nobles. I have commanded my Holy One, also I have called my Mighty One to my exalted, majestic presence. The noise of a multitude in the mountains is like a great people. The noise is an uproar from the kingdoms of nations that have gathered together. Yahuwah of hosts is inspecting the host of the battle. He comes from a far country, from the other ends to the heavens of Yahuwah, and all his energy is to pledge the whole land. Sing praise, for the day of Yahuwah is near. Like breasts, he will come from my breasts. Therefore all hands faint, and everyone's heart will melt. Also the ark and the cord of the ambassadors will take hold of them. Their dance is like childbirth. Each one will be amazed by the other, because their faces flash. Behold, the day of Yahuwah comes, brutal with wrath and fierce anger, to lay the land desolate, and he will destroy its sinners from it. For the stars of the heavens and its constellations will not give their light. The sun will be darkened by his going forth, also the moon will not shine its light. And I will punish the world for its evil, and the wicked for their iniquity. And I will cause arrogant disrespect to end. Also the wave of the tyrant will be lowered. I will make a dear mortal from refined gold, and an Adam from the gold of Oper. Upon this I will shake the heavens, and the earth will be moved from her place during the day of the fierce nostrils and wrath of Yahuwah of hosts. Furthermore, they will be like a gazelle and sheep that are dismissed, each man turning to his people, and each man seeking his own land. All who are found will be pierced, and everyone who is added will fall by the sword. Also, their children will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered, and their wives ravished. Behold, I will stir up the middle land between them, who will not regard silver. So too, they have no delight in gold. Also, their bows will dash the young men to pieces, and they will have no pity on the fruit of the womb. Their eye will not spare children. Furthermore, Babel is the gazelle of kingdoms, the beautiful genius of the clodbreakers. Like when Elohim overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah, it will not be inhabited, nor will it be dwelt in from generation to generation, nor will the Arabian pitch his tent there, nor will his shepherds make their sheepfold there. Instead, the wild beasts of the desert will lie there, and their houses will be full of desert creatures. And owls will dwell there, and satyrs will skip there, and the wild beasts of the islands will cry in their desolate houses, and dragons in their pleasant palaces. However, her time is near to come, and her days will not be prolonged, for Yahweh will have mercy on Jacob, and will still choose Yeshareal, and set them in their own Adamah. And the immigrants will join with them, and they will cleave to the house of Jacob. Therefore they will take the people and bring them to their place, and the house of Yeshareal will possess them in the Adamah of Yahweh, for servants and handmaids, and they will take captives for themselves of those who had been their captors, and they will rule over their oppressors. And during that day Yahweh will give you rest from your sorrow, and from your fear, and from your hard bondage in which you were made to serve, so that you will take up this proverb against the king of Babel, and ask, how has this oppression ended? The golden city ceased. Yahweh has broken the staff of the wicked, and the scepter of the rulers. He who struck the people in wrath with a continual stroke, he who ruled the nations in anger will be persecuted, and no one will hold back. There will be peaceful rest. The whole earth will break forth into singing. Also the fir trees and the cedars of Lebanon will rejoice because of you, saying, since you were laid down, no woodsman has come up against us. Hell has moved from below towards you to meet you at your coming. For it stirs up giants for you, even all the he-goats of the earth. All the kings of the nations have risen up from their thrones. They will speak and say, you have become weak like us too. You will represent us. Your pride has brought you down to the grave, and the noise of your stringed instruments. Maggots have spread under you, and the worms cover you. How have you fallen from the heavens, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How were you cut down to the ground, prostrate upon the nations? Because you have said in your heart, I will ascend into the heavens. I will exalt my throne above the stars of all. I will sit upon the mount of the congregation, in the northern side. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. Yet you have been brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. Those who see you will gaze upon you and consider, saying, is this the man who made the earth tremble, who shook the kingdoms, who made the world like a wilderness and destroyed its cities, who did not open the house of his prisoners? All the kings of the nations, all of them lie in glory, every one in his own house. But you have been cast out of your own grave, like a detested branch. And like the remains of one who has been slain, a sword has thrusted through you. It goes down to the stones of the pit, like a trampled corpse. You will not be joined with them in burial, because you have destroyed your land and killed your people. The seed of evildoers will never be renowned. Prepare the slaughter of his children for the iniquity of their fathers, so that they do not rise nor possess the land, nor fill the face of the world with cities. For I will raise up against them, saith Yahweh of hosts, and cut off the name of Babel, also the remnant, and son, and nephew, saith Yahweh. Also I will make it a heritage of hedgehogs, and pools of stagnant water, and I will sweep it with the broom of destruction, saith Yahweh. Yahweh of hosts has sworn, saying, if it does not resemble this, then it will be like I have proposed. She will stand. Then I will break the Ashur in my land, and upon my mountains tread him underfoot. Then his yoke will depart from off of them, and his burden depart from off their shoulders. This intention is purposed for the whole earth, and this is the outstretched hand upon all the nations. For Yahweh of hosts has intended it, and who will cancel it? And his hand is outstretched, and who will turn it back? This prophecy came during the year that King Ahaz died. Do not rejoice, all you immigrants, because the rod of him who struck you is broken. For out of the root of the snake will come a viper, and his fruit will be a sharab, a fiery, flying serpent. Then the firstborn of the humble will feed, and the hopeful will lie down in safety. However, I will kill your root with famine, and he will slay your remnant. Praise, O gate! Shout, O city! All you immigrants will melt, for a smoke is coming from the north, and he will not be alone during his appointed times. And how will they answer the messengers of my nation? For Yahweh has established Zion, and the humble of his people will trust in it. Chapter 14. The prophecy of Moab. Because a city from the father was plundered during the night, because a wall from the father was plundered during the night. They went up to the house and riverbed to weep in high places upon the prophet and upon the waters of prayers. With a completely bald head and shaved beard, those from the father howled. In their streets they will dress themselves with sackcloth. On the tops of their houses and in their streets, everyone will howl, weeping abundantly. Also, the stronghold that ascends to all will cry. Even the downtrodden will hear their voice. Because of this, from the loins of the Father, he will blast his breath of life. He will shepherd for him. He will cry out, "My heart is against Moab." He will flee to a small 3-year-old heifer. Because the tablets ascend by weeping, they will ascend by it. For the journey of the 2 caves is a shattering outcry. They will awaken, because the purified waters will be astonishing. For the hay was withered, the grass failed, nothing was green. Because of this, the abundance they acquire will be stored until the brook of the weeping willow carries it away. For an uproar will go throughout the borders of Moab. She has howled until 2 reservoirs. She has howled the well of all. Then the waters of the riverbed will be full of blood, for I will add upon the riverbed. For those who survive from the father, and for the remnant of the land, there will be a lion. From the ruler of the land of the rock, a lamb is sent to the wilderness, to a mount of a daughter of Zion. For she will be like a wandering bird sent forth. She will be among the daughters from the father, at the crossing of rushing waters. Take this advice. Execute judgment. Make your shadow like the night during midday. Hide the refugees. She should not reveal. Let my refugees dwell with you, Moab. Be a shelter for them from the presence of robbers. When the milking has ended, all the breasts will be complete. Trample the land. Furthermore, the throne will be established by loving kindness, and he will sit upon it in truth in the tabernacle of David, judging and seeking judgment, and rushing righteousness. We have heard of the pride of Moab. He is very boastful. Yet he does not boast about his pride, nor his arrogance, nor his fury. Moreover, Moab howls against Moab. Everyone will howl against the foundations of the earthen walls. You will mutter, "Surely they are broken." When the fields of the stronghold and fragrant vine languishes, The Baal of the nations will jolt a whistle for help. Her branches are stretched out. They go over the sea. For this I will weep with the cry for help, for the fragrant vine. I will water you with my tears, O stronghold that ascends to all. For the cheers of your summer fruits and for your harvest have fallen. Also gladness and joy will be taken away from the garden, and in the vineyards no one will sing there, nor will there be cheers. The treaders will not tread in their presses. I have made the rejoicing to end. Because of this, my heart is against Moab. Like a harp, it resonates against Moab, and my battle will be against the deaf wall. Then we will see that Moab is weary on the high place, and goes into his sanctuary to pray, but he will not prevail. This is the word that Yahweh had spoken previously concerning Moab. And now the word of Moab says, within 3 years, like the years of a hired servant, the disgrace of Moab will be swift. Within all that great multitude, yet there will only be a few who remain, not many. Chapter 15. The prophecy of Demeshech. Behold, the weaver will turn from a city, and it will be a heap of ruins. Abandon the ruined cities, to the flocks where they lay down, and no one is afraid. Then we will have an oath between the fortress of Ephraim and the kingdom of Demeshech. Then the remnant of Aram will be like the glory of the children of Yeshareal, saith Yahweh of hosts. And during that day it will come to pass that the glory of Jacob will be made thin, and the fatness of his flesh will become lean. Moreover, it will be like when the harvester gathers grain and reaps armfuls. Also, it will be like he who gathers grain in the valley of giants. However, with this, the grapes that are left to harvest are like the shaking of his olive tree, 2 or 3 berries in the top of the highest limbs, and 4 or 5 on the ends of the most fruitful branches, saith Yahweh Elohim of Yeshareal. During that day, Adam will look to his Creator, and his eyes will have respect for the Holy One of Yeshareal. And he will not look to the altars, the work of his hands, nor will he respect what his fingers have made, nor the Asherahs, nor the sun pillars. During that day, his strong cities will be like a forsaken limb. Also, the highest branch will be forsaken from the presence of the children of Yeshareal, and there will be a wasteland, because you have forgotten the Elohim of your salvation, and you have not been mindful of the rock of your strength. Therefore you will plant pleasant plants, but unauthorized shoots will sprout. During that day you will make your plant grow, and in the morning you will make your seed flourish, heaping a harvest. But during the day we will take effect, and afflict the mortal. Woe to the multitude of many nations, who roar like the roaring of seas, also the nations that rush like the rushing of mighty waters. The nations will rush like the rushing of many waters, but Elohim will rebuke them, and they will flee far off, and be chased like the chaff of a mountain before the wind, and like the tumbleweed before the whirlwind. It is evening tide. Behold, the trouble is before the morning. This is not the portion of our plunder, nor the fate of our spoils. At last, for the land that is shaded with wings, which is beyond the black rivers, the ambassadors are sent by the sea, even in vessels of bulrushes upon the waters, saying, Messengers, go swiftly to the enduring and polished nation, to a people who have been awesome since the beginning until now, to a mighty and downtrodden nation, whose land the rivers have intertwined. All the inhabitants of the world and dwellers on the earth will see you. when he lifts up a sign upon the mountains, and when you hear him blow a trumpet, because this is what Yahweh has said to me, I will take my rest, and in my dwelling place I will seem like pure heat upon sunshine, also like a cool cloud during the heat of harvest. For before the harvest, when the bud is perfect, and the sour grape is ripening in the flower, he will cut off the new growth with a pruning hook. Also, the cuttings will be moved to a pot. Furthermore, they will be left together for the eagles of the mountains, and for the livestock of the earth. And the eagles will summer upon them, and all the livestock of the earth will winter upon them. During that time a gift will be brought unto Yahweh of hosts, from the enduring and polished people, from the people who have been awesome since their beginning until now, from a mighty and downtrodden nation, whose land the rivers have intertwined, to the name of the place of Yahweh of hosts, Mount Zion. Chapter 16. The prophecy of Mitzrayim. Behold, Yahweh rides upon a swift cloud, and will come into a fortress, and the idols of Mitzrayim will be moved from his presence, and the heart of the fortress will melt internally. Furthermore, I will set Mitzrayim against the fortress, and they will fight, everyone against his brother, and everyone against his neighbor, city against city, and kingdom against kingdom. Then the spirit of the fortress and its council will rise up in the midst of it, and I will consume and investigate them, for the idols, and for the charmers, and for those who have familiar spirits, and for the wizards. Then I will put a floodgate on the fortress by the hand of a firm lord. Therefore a strong king will rule over it, saith Adonai, Yahweh of hosts. And they will drink the waters from the sea. Therefore the river will be parched and dry, and her neglected rivers will be lowered, and the sword of the fortress will be channeled. Stalks and reeds will wither. Awakened, they will become enlightened by the mouth of the breather. Also all that is sown by the breather will wither and blow away, and be no more. Therefore the fishers will mourn, and everyone who casts hooks into the Nile will lament. Also those who spread nets upon the face of the waters will languish. Furthermore, those who work in fine flax and those who weave fine fabric will be ashamed, and all who drink of it will be crushed, all who made wages working in ponds. Surely the foolish princes will leave. The advice of the wise counselors of Paro have been scorched. How can you say to Paro, I am the son of wisdom, the son of ancient kings? Where are they? Where are your wise men? Now let them know and tell you what Yahweh of hosts intends to do to the fortress. The foolish princes have departed. The current princes have been deceived. Also, they have seduced the fortress, the scepter of her cornerstone. Yahweh has mingled a distorted spirit in the midst of it, and it has caused the fortress to err in all of its works, like a drunk man staggering in his vomit. Therefore, there will be no work for the fortress, nor will the head or tail, branch or stalk do any work. During that day, the fortress will be like a woman, and it will tremble and fear from the shaking hand of Yahweh of hosts, which he shakes over it. Also, the Adama of Yehuda. Everyone there who mentions the holiday of the fortress will quiver within himself, because of the counsel of Yahweh of hosts, which he intends for them. During that day, 5 cities in the land of the fortress will speak the language of Canaan, and swear unto Yahweh of hosts. One will be called the city of destruction. During that day there will be an altar unto Yahweh in the midst of the land of the fortress, and a pillar unto Yahweh will be at its borders. And it will be for a sign and for a witness unto Yahuwah of hosts in the land of the fortress. For they will shout unto Yahuwah because of the pressure. Then he will send them a Savior, and he will be great, and he will deliver them. Also during that day, Yahuwah will be known to the fortress, and the fortress will be known unto Yahuwah. And they will do a sacrifice and offering. They will vow a vow unto Yahuwah and perform it. Therefore Yahuwah will strike the fortress. He will strike it and heal it. Also it will return unto Yahuwah, and he will be entreated by it and heal it. During that day there will be a highway from the fortress to Asher, and Asher will step into the fortress, and the fortress will be with Asher, and the fortress will serve Asher. During that day Yisrael will be a third party with Mitzrayim and with Asher, a blessing in the midst of the land, whom Yahuwah of hosts will bless, saying, Blessed be the fortress of my people, and this step of the work of my hands. Also Yisrael, my inheritance. During the year that the general comes into power, when the prince of the sun, the king of Ashur, was sent, he fought with power and overtook it. During that same time, Yahuwah spoke to Jeshojehu, the son of Amos, saying, Go and loosen the sackcloth from off your loins, and take off your shoe from your foot. Therefore he did so, walking naked and barefoot. Then Yahuwah said, Just as my servant Jeshojehu has walked naked and barefoot for 3 years as a sign and wonder for Mitzrayim and Cush, so too the king of Ashur will drive, sitting down upon Mitzrayim and capturing Cush, young and old, naked and barefoot, even with their buttocks uncovered, to humble Mitzrayim. Therefore they will be afraid and humbled, Cush because of their expectation, and the fortress because of its pride. During that day the inhabitants of the region will say, Behold, this is our hope. Where can we flee for help, to be delivered from the king of Ashur? How can we escape? Chapter 17. The prophecy of the desert sea. Like whirlwinds passing through the south, it came from the desert, from a terrible land. A grievous vision was declared to me. The betrayer betrays. The robber robs. Hidden things are besieged in the middle land. I made all sightings of it to end. Then my loins became filled with pain. Pains took hold of me like the pains of a woman who travails. By the hearing of it, I bowed down. By seeing it, I began to churn. Quivering, my heart trembled, frightening me. The night I desired had become fearful to me. Prepare the table. Cover the tablecloth. Eat, drink, arise, ye princes, and anoint the shield. For Adonai said to me, Go, set the tablecloth. What he sees, he will declare. Then he saw a chariot with a couple of horsemen, a chariot of asses, and a chariot of camels. And he listened diligently with great care. Then he cried, A lion! Adonai, I stood continually upon the tablecloth during the daytime, and I stood my post every night. Then, behold, a chariot of men with a pair of horsemen came, and they responded and said, Babel has fallen, it has fallen. Also, all the graven images of her deities have been broken to the ground. My threshing, and the grain of my floor, that which I have heard of Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, I declare to you. Chapter 18. The prophecy of Dumah. He called him out of Shaer. Watchman, what of the night? Watchman, what of the night? The watchman said, Morning and night. If you are in trouble, return to me. Chapter 19. The prophecy of Arabia. You will lodge in the forest of steppe dwellers, O caravan of the low country. Bring water to those in the desert land who are thirsty. Feed those who meet you with bread. For they have fled from the swords, from the drawn sword, and from the bent bow, and from the heavy war. For Adonai said this to me, within a year, according to the years of a hired servant. Then the glory of darkness will be complete, and the number of archers, the mighty men of the children of darkness, who remain, will be few. For Yahweh Elohim of Yisrael has spoken it. Chapter 20. The prophecy of the Valley of Vision. Where are you going? Because you have all gone up to the housetops. Your noise is filling the city. The town is in an uproar. Your piercings are joyful, not pierced by the sword, nor dead in battle. All your rulers have fled together. They are bound by the archers. All who are found among you are bound together, which have fled from far away. Therefore I said, look away from me. I will weep bitterly. Do not try to comfort me, because of the spoiling of the daughter of my people. For it is a day of trouble, and of treading down, and of confusion by Yahweh Elohim of hosts in the valley of vision, breaking down the walls, and crying to the mountains. And Ailam bore the quiver with chariots of Adam, and horsemen, and Ger uncovered the shield. And it came to pass that your best valleys were full of chariots, and the horsemen had set themselves in formation at the gate. And he discovered the covering of Yehudah. During that day you looked at the armor of the house of the forest. Also you saw the breaches of the city of David, that they have many. And you gathered the waters of the lower pool together. And you counted the houses of Yerushalayim, and you broke down the houses to fortify the wall. Also you made a ditch between the two walls, toward the water of the old pool. But you did not look to its maker, nor have respect for him who fashioned it long ago. And during that day Yahweh Elohim of hosts called for weeping, and mourning, and baldness, and girding with sackcloth. And behold, joy and gladness, slaying oxen, and killing sheep, eating flesh, and drinking wine. Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we will die. And it was revealed to me in my ears by Yahweh of hosts, surely this iniquity will not be purged from you until your death. Thus saith Yahweh Elohim of hosts, for you will continue to steward this until Shebna. Who will be over the house says, what is this here, and who is that there? So that you will cut a sepulchre for yourself, like he who cuts out a sepulchre for himself on high, and who cuts a grave for himself in a rock. Behold, Yahweh will throw you away violently, like a champion. Surely he will engulf you. Surely he will twist and toss you like a ball into a large country. There you will die. And there the chariots of your glory will be the shame of the house of your Lord. And I will drive you from your station, and from your state he will pull you down. And it will come to pass during that day that I will call my servant Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, and I will clothe him with your robe, and strengthen him with your girdle, and I will commit your government into his hand, and he will be a father for the inhabitants of Yerushalayim, and to the house of Yehudah. And I will lay the key of the house of David upon his shoulder. So he will open, and no one will shut, and he will shut, and no one will open. And I will fasten him like a nail in a sure place, and he will be for a glorious throne to his father's house. And they will hang all the glory of his father's house upon him, the offspring and the posterity, all vessels of small quantity, from the vessels of cups even to all the vessels of flagons. During that day, saith Jehu of hosts, the nail that was fastened in a sure place will be removed, and will be cut down and fall, and the burden that was upon it will be cut off, for Jehu has spoken it. Chapter 21. The Prophecy of Zur. Howl, you ships of yellow jewels, for the harbor house has been destroyed, for the bruisers have been exposed. Be silent, you who dwell upon islands, the merchandise hunters say, who have crossed the sea and are replenished, also by the great water of the dark seed, harvesting the Nile of her grain, and it is a market of nations. Be ashamed, O hunters, for the sea has spoken about the sea's own strength, saying, I do not travail, nor beget children, nor do I nourish young men, nor do I raise up virgins, like the reports about the fortress. Therefore they will dance when Zur reports, cross over for yellow jewels, celebrate, inhabit an island. This joy has been for you since ancient days. Her feet will carry her to dwell far away. Who has advised this counsel upon Zur? The crowning of those who are merchants become princes, of those who are from the lowlands become honorable upon the earth. Jehu of hosts purposed it, to destroy the arrogance of all deer, to make it easier. All will be honorable upon the earth. O daughter of yellow jewels, I will pass over your land like a river of light. There are no more piers. He has stretched out his hand over the sea. He has shaken the kingdoms. Jehu has given a commandment for the lowlands to destroy its strongholds. Also he said, you will not add any more rejoicing for the oppressed virgin, the daughter of hunters. There will be no rest for you. Arise, cross over. Behold the land of the clodbreakers. These people didn't exist until Ashur established it for those in the wilderness. His tower rose up. Her palace brought forth her waterfall. Howl, you ships of yellow jewels, for your fortress will be plundered. Furthermore, during that day when Sur has been forgotten for 70 years, it will be like the days of one king. At the end of 70 years, Sur will sing like a harlot. Harlot, take a harp, go around the city that has forgotten you, make a sweet melody, sing many songs, so that you will be remembered. Also, once the 70 years have ended, Jehu will visit Sur, and she will return to her profession and network with all the kingdoms of the world upon the face of the Adama. And her merchandise and her hire will be holy unto Jehu. It will not be reserved nor hoarded, for her merchandise will be for those who dwell before Jehu, to eat sufficiently and for durable clothing. Chapter 22. Behold, Jehu makes the earth empty, and makes it waste, and turns it upside down, and scatters its inhabitants abroad. And it shall come to pass, like with the people, so too with the priest. Like with the servant, so too with his master. Like with the maid, so too with her mistress. Like with the buyer, so too with the seller. Like with the lender, so too with the borrower. Like with the creditor, so too with the debtor. The land will be completely emptied, and completely plundered. For Jehu has spoken this word. The land mourns and fades away. The world languishes and fades away. The exalted people of the earth will languish. Also, the earth is defiled beneath its inhabitants, because they have transgressed the teachings, changed the ordinance, broken the everlasting covenant. Therefore, the curse has devoured the earth, and those who dwell in it will be desolate. Therefore, the inhabitants of the earth are burned. The new wine mourns. the vine languishes. All the merry-hearted will sigh. The merriment of tabourets will end. The sound of those who rejoice will end. The joy of the harp will end. They will not drink wine with a song. Strong drink will be bitter to those who drink. The city of confusion is broken down. Every house is shut up, so that no man will come in. There is a cry for wine in the streets. All joy is darkened. The mirth from the land is gone. In the city desolation remains, and the gate is smitten with destruction. When this happens, it is in the midst of the land among the people. There will be a shaking of an olive tree, and like the gleaning grapes when the vintage is done. They will lift up their voice, they will sing for the majesty of Yahweh, they will cry aloud from the sea. Because of this, those with the flaming glory of Yahweh among the islands of the sea are those who have the name of Yahweh Elohim of Yisrael. From the wings of the earth we have heard songs, a righteous deer, and said, I am thinning, woe to me, the garments are unfair. Surely the garments are unfair. Fear and the pit and the trap are upon you, O inhabitant of the earth. And it will come to pass that he who flees from the fearful noise will fall into the pit, and he who comes out from the midst of the pit will be taken in the trap. For the windows from on high have opened, and the foundations of the earth will shake. Wickedness has split the earth open. The earth shakes itself greatly. The earth will rock back and forth like a drunkard, and will be moved like a cottage. Also its transgressions will be heavy upon it, and it will fall and not rise again. And it will come to pass during that day that Yahweh will address the heavenly hosts on high, and the earthly kings on the Adamah. Then they will be gathered together, like prisoners are gathered in the pit, and will be shut up in the prison, and after many days they will be visited. Then the whitening will be soiled, and the sun will be ashamed, because Yahweh of hosts reigns in Mount Zion, and in Jerusalem, and before his elders gloriously. Chapter 23. O Yahweh, you are my Eluah. I will exalt you, I will praise your name, for you have done wonderful things. Your ancient counsels are faithful and true. For you have transformed a city into a reservoir, a fortified city into her waterfall, a palace of strangers, from a city to the world. For he will build it. Therefore the strong people will glorify you. The terrible city of nations will revere you. For you have been a strength to the poor, a strength to the needy during his distress, a refuge from the storm, a shade from the heat. For the blast of the terrible ones was like a storm against the wall, like heat in a dry place. You reduced the unauthorized noise. Also the heat with the shadow of a cloud, the branch of the terrible ones, was brought low. Therefore in this mountain Yahweh of hosts will cause everyone to feast upon fat things, to feast on wine leaves, fat things full of marrow, well refined wine leaves. Also in this mountain he will destroy the face covering that is cast over all people, and the veil that is spread over all the nations. He will swallow up death with victory, and Adonai, Yahweh, will wipe away tears from off all faces, and he will take away the rebuke of his people from off all the earth, for Yahweh has spoken it. And it will be said during that day, Behold, this is our Elohim. We have waited for him, and he will save us. This is Yahweh. We have waited for him. We will be glad and rejoice in his salvation. For in this mountain the hand of Yahweh will rest, And we will trample Moab beneath it, like straw is trampled by a dunghill. And he will spread forth his hands in the midst of them, like he who swims spreads forth his hands to swim. And he will bring down their pride together with the spoils of their hands. Also, he will bring down the fortification wall of your stronghold, laying it low and bringing it to the ground, even to the dust. Chapter 24. During that day, this song will be sung in the land of Yehuda. We have a strong city, salvation. He will appoint walls and a fortress. Open the gates so that the righteous nation that keeps the truth may enter in. You will keep him in perfect peace, whose mind has stayed upon you, because he trusts in you. You trust in Yahuwah forever, for in Yah, Yahuwah is an everlasting stone. For he brings down those who dwell on high. The lofty city he lays low. He lays it low, even to the ground. He brings it even to the dust. Surely the foot of the poor will trample the step of the door. The path to righteousness is uprightness. You will level a straight, righteous entrenchment. Also, in the way of your judgments, O Yahuwah, we have waited for your name, and by the remembrance you desire our soul. My soul, I have desired you during the night. Also, my spirit within me, I earnestly seek you. For when your judgments are upon the earth, the inhabitants of the world learn righteousness. Shall the wicked be favored, who do not learn righteousness? In the land of the upright, he who is unjust, therefore, will not see the majesty of Yahuwah. Yahuwah, when your hand is lifted up, the unseen will be seen. Also, the jealousy of the people will be ashamed, and the enemy's fire will devour them. Yahuwah, you will set peace for us. Also, because of all your works you make for us. O Yahuwah, our Elohim, other lords beside you have had dominion over us, but by you alone we will make mention of your name. They are dead, they are not alive. They have died, they will not rise. Therefore, you have visited and destroyed them, and made all their memory to perish. You will increase the nation, O Yahuwah. You will increase the nation. You are glorified. You will expand all the borders of the land. Yahuwah, in the trouble of your visit, a prayer poured out concerning your correction of them. Like a woman with child is in pain, who draws near the time of her delivery, and she cries out in pain, so too we have been in your sight, O Yahuwah. We have been with child. We have been in pain, like the wind giving birth. We have not worked salvation in the earth, nor have the inhabitants of the world fallen. Your dead are alive. My corpse will awaken and sing, dust dwellers. Just like the light of dew, so too the dead of the land will fall. Come, my people, enter into your chambers, and shut your doors behind you. Hide yourselves just a short while, until the indignation passes over. For behold, Yahuwah will come out of his place to punish the inhabitants of the earth for their iniquity. Also, the earth will disclose her blood, and will not cover her slain any more. Chapter 27. During that day, Yahuwah will visit with his firm and great and resilient sword the fleeing serpent that is joined to the twisted serpent. Then he will slay the dragon that is in the sea. During that day, sing to her, a vineyard of red wine. I, Yahuwah, will keep her, to water her immediately, or else another will visit upon her. I have no fury within me. If someone gives me briars and thorns during the battle, I will step within her. She and I, we will burn them together. Or if he matures within my stronghold, surely he will make peace with me. The Comin, is the supplanter taking root. He will blossom and bud. He will be a prince of all, and fill the face of the world with fruit. Has he struck those who struck him, like he was struck? Or has he killed those who slaughtered him, like he was slaughtered? Measure for measure you will contend with it, removing it with his severe wind, during the day of the eastern wind. Therefore by this he will cover the iniquity of Jacob, and by this all the fruit will take away his sin, when he makes all the stones of the altar like chalk stones that have been beaten to dust. No asherahs or sun pillars will stand. Because a forsaken, fortified city will become a desolate habitation, left like a wilderness, there he will shepherd a calf, and there it will lie down and destroy its branches. When the limbs wither, the woman is shattered. Then light will come and illuminate her. Because people have no understanding of him, therefore he who made them will have no mercy upon them, and he who formed them will show them no favor. And it will come to pass during that day that he, Yahuwah, will thresh from the channel of the river to the stream of the fortress. Then you will gather children of Yashareal one by one. And during that day he will blow with the great shupar. Then the one who is dying in the land of Ashur, and the one who is forsaken in the land of the fortress will come, and they will worship Yahuwah in the holy mount of Yerushalayim. Chapter 26. Woe to the crown of pride, to the drunkards of Ephraim, a shriveling deer horn, whose glorious beauty is a fading flower, which is on the head of the valley of oil, of those who are overcome with wine. Behold, Adonai has a mighty and strong one, who is like a downpour of hail and a destroying gate, like a flood of mighty waters overflowing, who will bring his hand down on the earth. The crown of pride, the drunkards of Ephraim, will be trampled underfoot. However, the glorious beauty that is on the head of the valley of oil is a fading flower. Like the first fruits of summer, he who sees her eats while she is still in his grasp. During that day it will come to pass that Yahuwah of hosts will be for a crown of glory and for a diadem of beauty to the remnant of his people. Also a ruach of justice to him who sits in judgment, and for strength to those returning to the battle. But also these have erred because of wine. Also because of strong drink they have erred. The priest and the prophet have erred through strong drink. They have swallowed wine. From intoxication they err. They are out of the way through strong drink. They err in vision. They stumble in judgment. For the tables are full of vomit and filthiness, so that there is no clean place. Who will teach knowledge? Who will make the doctrine to understand? He who is weaned from milk and pulled from the breasts, commandment upon commandment, commandment upon commandment, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little. For with mimicking lips and with another one's tongue he will speak to these people, to whom he will say, "This is the rest that is given to the weary." Even though this is the rest, yet no one hears it. Yet the word of Yahuwah is commandment upon commandment, commandment upon commandment, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little, so that they might go and fall backward and be broken and snared and taken. Because of this, listen to the word of Yahuwah, you scornful mortals who rule the people that are in Yerushalayim, because you have said, "We have made a covenant with death," also with Shaul. We are the overflowing breast he sells. When he passes through, he will not come to us, for we have made lies our refuge, and under falsehood we have hidden ourselves. Therefore thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Behold, within Zion I lay a foundation stone, a tried stone, a precious cornerstone, a sure foundation. The one who believes will not be hurried. Also I will make justice for a measuring line, and righteousness for a plummet. And the hell will sweep away the refuge of lies, and the waters will overflow the hiding place. Therefore your covenant with death will be annulled, and your agreement with hell will not stand. When the overflowing current passes over, then you will be trodden down by it. From the time that it goes forth, it will take you from morning till morning, and it will pass over during the day and during the night, and it will cause trembling to understand the message. For the bed is too short to stretch upon, and the mast is too narrow for an assembly. For just as a mountain breaks through, so too Yahweh will rise up a city upon a hill in a valley. And he will be angry because of the work he must do with a stranger, and because of the region beyond that he must plow. He must plow a foreign woman. However, do not make fun. They will have a strong marriage, for she is the bride. Or else, I have heard from Yahweh Elohim, she will cut us from the entire earth. Give ear and hear my voice. Hearken and hear my speech. When the plowman plows all day to sow, doesn't he open and break the clods of his Adamah? Once he has leveled its surface, doesn't he disperse the black Comin and scatter the white Comin, and plant wheat in rows, and mark for the barley, also the rye in its borders? Therefore he will correct them according to the judgment of his Aluah, who teaches him. Because black Comin is not threshed with a blade, nor does an ox cart wheel spin over white Comin. Therefore the black Comin will be beaten out with a branch, and the white Comin with a rod. Bread grain must be crushed, because I will not peddle forever. He will thresh it. However, there will be the sound of his spinning ox cart, and his horsemen. They will not crush it. Also, this is from Yahweh of hosts. His wonderful advice will mature into wisdom. Chapter 27. Woe to Ariel, the lion of all, the city where Dahwi dwelt. Add a year to the year, the cycle of feasts. However, I will distress Ariel, and there will be heaviness and sorrow, the same as I have had, like a lion. I will camp against you round about. I will lay siege against you with a mount. I will raise forts against you. Furthermore, you will be humbled. From the earth you will speak, but your words will be reduced to dust. Also, your voice will be like one who has a familiar spirit, and from the dust she will chatter your conversations. Also, there will be a multitude of strangers like fine dust, and the multitude of tyrants are like chaff from a faraway region. Surely it will happen instantly. You will be visited by Yahweh of hosts with thunder, and with an earthquake, and a great noise, with a storm and whirlwind, and the flame of a consuming fire. And it shall be like a dream, a vision of the night. The multitude, all the nations that fight against Ariel, and all who fight against her and her fortress, and torment her. And it will even be like when a hungry man dreams, and behold, he eats, but when he awakens, his soul is empty. Or like when a thirsty man dreams, and behold, he drinks, but he awakens, and behold, he is faint, and his soul has an appetite. So too will all the multitude of nations be, who fight against Mount Zion. They paused and marveled. They were delighted, yet blind. They were drunk, but not from wine. They staggered, but not from strong drink. For Yahweh has poured out upon them the spirit of deep sleep, and has closed the eyes of the prophets. Also, their seeing heads were covered. Furthermore, the entire vision has come to me like the words of a supper that is sealed, which he delivered to an educated man, saying, "Read this, I pray you." And he said, "I cannot, for it is sealed." Then the supper was delivered to him who is not educated, saying, "Read this, I pray you." And he said, "I am not educated." Therefore Yahweh said, "For as much as this people draw near to me with their mouth, and with their lips honor me, but have removed me from their heart, and their fear toward me is because of the unleavened bread taught by men. Therefore, behold, they will add to the marvels among the people, these marvels and a wonder. And she will destroy the wisdom of his wisdom. However, the understanding that they discern from him she will keep hidden. Woe to the one who seeks deep from Yahweh to hide the advice. And there in the dark are their works. Yet they say, who will see us, and who will know us? If the Creator will take consideration, you must spin around like potter's clay. For will the work say to him who made it, I am not cured? Or will the formed work say to its creator, I am not the descendant? Is it not just a very short while? Then Lebanon will be turned into a fruitful field. Then he will consider the fruitful field to be like a forest. And during that day, the deaf will hear the words of the supper, and the eyes of the blind will see out of obscurity and out of darkness. Also, the meek will increase their joy in Yahweh, and the poor among Adum will rejoice with the Holy One of Yisrael, because the tyrant will be brought to nothing. Then the bride will be playful, and we will cut off all the wicked omens who make the Adam an offender of the word. And concerning the tester at the gate, he is firm, but a confused mind will be turned to righteousness. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh, who redeemed Abraham concerning the house of Jacob. Now the supplanter will not be ashamed, nor will his face become pale. Also, when his children see the work of my hand in their midst, they will sanctify my name, and sanctify the Holy One of Jacob, and the Eluah of Yisrael. They will tremble. Furthermore, he who had incorrect knowledge about the BeRuack will come to understand, and he who murmured will learn a lesson. Woe to the rebellious children, saith Yahweh, who take counsel, but not from me, and those who are covered with a mask, so that they do not add sin unto sin. To those who walk down into Mitzrayim, yet my mouth did not request it, to strengthen themselves by the strength of Paro, and to trust in the shadow of the fortress. Therefore, concerning your oath unto the strength of Paro, and your trust in the shadow of the fortress, you will become confused. For his princes are at the place of departure, and his angels are going to lose grace. All the guilty among the people, they will not be a benefit to them, nor a help, nor a profit, because of the oath and also the shame. Chapter 28. The prophecy of the beasts of the south. In the land of trouble and anguish, from where the young lion and the old lion, the viper and the fiery flying serpent come, they will carry their riches upon the shoulders of young asses, and their treasures upon the humps of camels, to a people who will not profit from them. For the fortress will help in vain and for no purpose. Therefore I have cried concerning this, promote the shabat. Now go, write it before them in a tablet, and note it in a supper, so that it may be for the time to come forever and ever, that these are a rebellious people, lying children, children who will not hear the teaching of Yahweh, who say to the seers, do not see, And to the prophet do not prophesy upright things to us. Speak smooth things to us, prophesy lies. Get out of our way, turn the path of the shabbats from our face, O Holy One of Yisrael. For this the Holy One of Yisrael will say, because you despise this word, and trust in oppression and perverseness, and stay in it, therefore this iniquity will be to you like a breach ready to burst, a bulge in a high wall, whose breaking comes suddenly at an instant, and he will break it like the breaking of the potter's vessel that is broken in pieces. He will not spare. Therefore a shard will not be found from the burst to take ashes from the hearth, or to take water from the pit. For thus saith Yahweh Elohim, Holy One of Yisrael, when you return and rest, you will be saved in peace and safety, by your strength and not your father. But you said, no, for we will flee upon horses. Therefore you will flee for this. You will ride upon the swift. Also, those who pursue you are swift. 1,000 are united against the threat of one. At the rebuke of 5 you will flee, until you are left like a beacon upon the top of a mountain, and like a symbol upon the hill. And Yahweh will wait for this, so that he may be gracious to you. And by this he will be exalted, so that he may have mercy upon you. For Yahweh is an Elohim of judgment. Blessed are all those who wait for him. For the people who dwell in Zion at Yerushalayim, you will weep no more. He will be very gracious to you by the voice of your cry. When he hears it, he will answer you. Although Adonai gives you the bread of tzur and the water of affliction, your teachers will not fly anymore, but your eyes will see your teachers, and your ears will hear the word behind you, saying, this is the way, walk in it, when you turn to your right and when you turn to your left. Also, you defiled the covering of your silver statue and the ephah of your golden mask. You will cast them away like a menstruation cloth. You will say to them, go away. Then he will give rain to your seed so that you may sow the Adamah. Furthermore, the bread will benefit the Adamah, and it will be fertilized and robust. During that day, your livestock will feed in large pastures. The oxen and the asses that eat from the Adamah will eat clean provender that is fanned like a shovel and fan. Also upon every high mountain and upon every high hill there will be rivers and streams of water during the day of the great slaughter, when the towers lay down. Moreover, the light on the moon will be like the light of the sun, and the light of the sun will be sevenfold, like the light of 7 days during the day that Yahweh binds the breach of his people, and heals the stroke of their wound. Behold, the name of Yahweh comes from afar, burning with his anger, and the burden of it is heavy. His lips are full of indignation, and his tongue is like a consuming fire, and his breath is like an overflowing stream, reaching to the middle of the neck, to sift the nations with the siege of vanity. But there will be a bridle in the jaw of the people, causing them to err. You will have a song, like during the night of the holy feasts. Also gladness in your heart, like when someone goes to play pipes in the mountain of Yahweh, for the tzur of Yisrael. Then Yahweh will cause his glorious voice to be heard, and he will see the descent of his arm in an angry storm. Also the flame of consuming fire will burst, and the tempest, and hailstones. For from the voice of Yahweh the Ashur will be beaten with the rod he strikes, and the staff will be all the appointed transitions that Yahweh will lay upon them, and during their battles they will be like tabourets and harps. She will shake. We will fight her with him because of her previous temptation. Also, because the king is prepared, he has made a deep and large wood pile for fire, like a stream of brimstone. The breath of Yahweh kindles it. Chapter 29. Woe to those who go down to Mitzrayim for help, and stay on horses and trust in chariots because they are numerous, and horsemen because they are very strong. But they do not look to the Holy One of Yisrael, nor seek Yahweh. Also, he is wise and will bring hardship, and will not call back his words. But he will rise up against the house of evildoers, and against the help of those who work iniquity. Now the fortress is mankind, and not all, and their horses are flesh, and not spirit. When Yahweh stretches out his hand, both the helper and the one who is helped will lie down. Together they are whole, they are complete. For this is what Yahweh has spoken to me. Just as a lion and a young lion roar over its prey, when a multitude of shepherds are called against them, they will not be afraid of their voice, nor cower themselves because of their noise. So too Yahweh of hosts will come down to fight for Mount Zion and for its hill. Also, like flying birds, so too Yahweh of hosts will defend Yerushalayim. By defending, he will deliver it. By passing over, he will preserve it. Return to happiness, the deep place of Sharah, O son of Yisrael. For during that day, every man will cast away his idols of silver, and his idols of gold, which your own hands have made you to sin. Furthermore, Asher will lie with a sword that is not a man. Also, the sword that consumes him is not of mankind. Then he will escape the edge of the sword, and his men will become servants. And he will harden from fear. He will pass over and shatter the banner of his princes, saith Yahweh, whose fire is in Zion, and his furnace is in Yerushalayim. Chapter 30. Behold, a king will reign with righteousness, and princes will rule with justice. Then a man will be like the hiding place of the wind, and a cover of the storm, like rivers of water in a dry place, like the shade of a great rock in a weary land. And the eyes of those who see will not be dim, and the ears of those who hear will hearken. Also, the heart of the rational will understand knowledge, and the tongue of the mimickers will be ready to speak plainly. They will no longer call a generous person foolish, nor will they say that a hoarder is prosperous. For the words of a fool are foolish, and his heart will work iniquity, to practice hypocrisy, and to utter error against Yahweh, to make the hungry soul empty, and cause the thirsty to lack drink. The schemes of his schemer are evil. He devises wicked devices to destroy the humble with lies, but with the word the humble are justified. Also, a noble advises nobly, and by his nobility he will rise. Rise up, you women who are comfortable. Hear my voice, you carefree daughters. Give ear to my speech. There will be days during the year that will trouble your complacency. When the bride is gathered in the harvest, the Lord will come. Tremble, you women who are carefree. Become excited, you comfortable ones. Strip yourself and make yourself bare, and put friction upon your loins. Upon your breasts there will be moans, for the fields are pleasant fields, for the vine is fruitful. Upon the Adamah of my people a protective thorn will ascend, for my entire house is joyful, her city is exalted. When a palace is forsaken, many cities will become a deserted hill. Then it will become a test forever on behalf of his awakening, an exalted wild ass from the shepherd of the flocks, until the BeRuack is poured upon us from on high, and the wilderness becomes a fruitful field, and a fruitful field is considered a forest. Then justice will dwell in the wilderness, and righteousness will remain in the fruitful field, and peace will come from the righteous work. And the ripple effect of righteousness is peace and safety forever. Then my people will dwell in a restored habitation, and in safe dwellings, and in peaceful resting places. Surely if you hail the forest, then by humiliating her, she will become a city of the lowlands. Blessed are you, my sowers among all the waters, who send the feet of the ox and ass. Chapter 31. Woe to you who rob, yet you are not robbed. Also betray, when they did not betray you. When you stop robbing, you will be robbed. And when you stop betraying, they will betray you. O Yahweh, be gracious to us. We have waited for you. Be their arm every morning, also salvation during the time of trouble. From the noise of an uproar, the people have fled. By your exaltation, the nations will burst, and your plunder will be collected like the gathering of locusts. Like a plantation of locusts, he will run upon them. Yahweh is exalted, for he dwells on high. He has filled Zion with judgment and righteousness. And your timing is faithful. His treasure is the strength of salvation, wisdom, and knowledge of the fear of Yahweh. Behold, Arialim, my angels of restoration will shout outside, weeping bitterly. We will name his highway of rest, passing over the broken path of the covenant, which is despised by cities, no mortal regards. Moans of the earth will fade away. The shame of Lebanon will shrivel. Sharon will be like a willow. Also Bashan and Carmel will shake off their fruits. Now I will arise, saith Yahweh. I will be exalted. Now I will lift myself up. You conceived chaff. You brought forth stubble. Your spirit will be consumed by fire. And the people will be like the burning of lime. They will be like chopped thorns burning in the fire. You who are afar off, hear what I have done. And you who are near, acknowledge my might. The sinners of Zion are afraid. The hypocrites are captured by fear. Who among us will live in the devouring fire? Who among us will live in everlasting flames? He who walks righteously and speaks uprightly, he who despises the gain of oppression, who shakes his hands from holding bribes, who stops his ears from hearing of bloodshed, and shuts his eyes from seeing evil. He will dwell on high. He who dwells on high will be a fortress of rocks. His bread will be given to him. His water will be supplied. Their eyes will see the king in his glory. They will envision the land that is far away. Your heart will meditate terror. Where is the scribe? Where is the scale? Where is the supper of the towers? You will not see reckless people, with baseless words, from hearsay, stammering like a tongue with no understanding. Look upon Zion, the city of your appointed feasts. Your eyes will see Yerushalayim, a quiet habitation, a tabernacle that will not be taken down. Not one of its stakes will ever be removed, nor will any of its cords be broken. For there Yahweh has made a place of rivers and streams for us, in which no galley with oars will go, nor will a gallant ship pass by it. For Yahweh is our judge. Yahweh is our lawgiver. Yahweh is our king. He will save us. Abandon your tackling. He will not strengthen your mast, nor spread your sail. Then divide the booty of the abundant plunder from the spoils of the Passovers. Also, its inhabitant will not say, I am sick. The people who dwell in it will have iniquity forgiven. Chapter 32. Come near, O nations, to hear. Also hearken, O people. Let the earth hear, and all who are in it. the world and everything that comes from it. For the indignation of Yahweh is upon all nations, and his fury is upon all their armies. He will completely destroy them. He has delivered them to the slaughter. Also their slain will be cast out, and their stink will come up out of their carcasses, and the mountains will be melted with their blood. And all the hosts of the heavens will be dissolved, and the heavens will be rolled back together like a scroll, and all their hosts will fall down, like a leaf falls from the vine, and like a fig falls from the fig tree. For my sword will be bathed in the heavens. Behold, it will come down upon Adum, and upon the people of my curse, to judge. The sword of Yahweh is filled with blood. It will be made fat with fatness, and with the blood of lambs and goats, with the fat of the kidney of rams. When there is a feast for Yahweh in the fortress, then there will be a great slaughter in the land of Adum. Also unicorns will come down with them, and the young bulls with the mighty bulls, and their land will be soaked with blood, and the dust of their fatness will become fertilizer. For it is the day of the vengeance of Yahweh, in the year of the restoration concerning the dispute over Zion. Therefore its streams will be turned into pitch, and its dust into brimstone, and its land will become burning tar. Night and day will not be quenched forever. Its smoke will go up from generation to generation, screwing upward forever and ever. No one will cross through it forever and ever. However, the pelican and the porcupine and the owl and the raven will possess it. They will dwell in her. They will call her liberty. Yet there is no kingdom there, and all her princes are nothing. And her palaces will ascend. Pots of nettles and brambles will be with her fortresses. And there will be a man who gives hay. Unto the daughters she will answer. Also the wild beasts of the desert will meet with the wild beasts of the island, and the sather will cry to his fellow. Also the screech owl will rest there, and find a resting place for herself. There the great owl will make her nest, and lay, and hatch, and gather under her shadow. Also the hawks will gather there, each one with her mate. They sought out the supper of Yahweh, and they read it. One of these we did not herd a mate for her, not because of lack, but because his mouth commanded it. However, his ruach begged. Therefore he cast a lot for them, and his authority was divided with a line between them. They would inherit it forever. From generation to generation we will dwell with her. The wilderness will be exalted, and a dry place will be discovered, and it will blossom like an onion. It will blossom abundantly, and celebrate with joy and singing. The glory of whiteness will be given to her. There will be the splendor of a garden, and singing. They will see the glory of Yahweh, and the excellency of our Elohim. Strengthen the hands of the weak, and brace the feeble knees. Say to those who have a fearful heart, be strong, do not fear. Behold, your vengeful deities, they will come for retribution. Elohim, he will come and save you. Then the eyes of the blind will be opened, and the ears of the deaf will be unstopped. Then the lame will leap like a deer, and the tongue of the mute will sing. For in the wilderness waters will break out, so too streams in the desert, and there will be a drinker for the pool, and those who are thirsty for the spring water. In the dwelling place of the jackals is a resting place, a grassy place for reeds and rushes. Furthermore, there will be a highway and a way. According to her, it is called, we will not cross over the unclean, according to him who walked it, so that the foolish will not go astray. No lion will be there, nor any wild animal will go up upon it. They will not be found there, but the redeemed will walk there. Therefore the ransomed of Yahweh will return, and come to Zion with songs and everlasting joy upon their heads. They will obtain joy and gladness. Also sorrow and sighs will flee away. Chapter 33. Now it came to pass in the 14th year of King Jeshojehu that Sanherib, king of Ashur, came up against all the defended cities of Yehudah and took them. And the king of Ashur sent Rabshakeh from Lachish to Yerushalayim to King Jeshojehu with a great army. And he stood by the conduit of the upper pool in the highway of the fuller's field. Then some came, Eliakim the son of Hilkiah, who was over the house, and Shebna the scribe, Yoach the son of Asaph the recorder. And Rabshakeh said to them, Now say to Jeshojehu, the great king, the king of Ashur, says this, What is this trust in which you trust? I have spoken a word with my lips. Take counsel and strengthen for war. Now in whom do you trust, such that you have rebelled against me? Behold, you trust in the staff of a broken reed, on Mitzrayim, of whom, if a man is lean, he goes into his hand and is pierced. This is how Paro, king of Mitzrayim, is to all who trusts in him. But if you say to me, We trust in Yahweh, our Elohim, is it not he whose high places and whose altars Jeshojehu has taken away, and said to Yehudah and to Yerushalayim, You will worship before this altar. Now therefore, give pledges, I pray you, to my master, the king of Ashur, and I will give you 2,000 horses to set riders upon them, if you are able on your part. How will you turn away the presence of one captain of the least of my master's servants, and put your trust on Mitzrayim for chariots and for horsemen? And now it is none other than Yahweh that I have come against this land to destroy it. Yahweh said to me, Go up against this land and destroy it. Then Eliakim and Shebna and Yoach and Rabshakeh said, Speak, I pray you, to your servants in the Aramite language, for we understand it, but do not speak to us in the Yehudim language, in the ears of the people who are on the wall. But Rabshakeh said, Has my master sent me to your master, and for you to speak these words? He has not sent me to the men who sit upon the wall, so that they may eat their own dung and drink their own piss with you. Then Rabshakeh stood and cried with a loud voice in the Yehudim language, and said, Hear the words of the great king, the king of Ashur. Do not let Jeshojehu deceive you, for he will not be able to deliver you. Nor let Jeshojehu let you trust in Yahweh, saying, Yahweh will deliver us. This city will not be delivered into the hand of the king of Ashur. Do not hearken to Jeshojehu, for thus saith the king of Ashur, Make an agreement with me by a present, and come out to me, and everyone may eat of his vine, and everyone of his fig tree. Also everyone may drink the waters of his own cistern, until I come and take you into a land like your own land, a land of grain and wine, a land of bread and vineyards. Beware lest Jeshojehu persuade you, saying, Yahweh will deliver us. Has any of the deities of the nations delivered his land out of the hand of the king of Ashur? Where are the deities of the Kamat and the Arpad? Where are the deities of Shaparwaim? And have they delivered Shamerun out of my hand? Who are they among all these deities of these lands that have delivered their land out of my hand, such that Yahweh will deliver Yerushalayim out of my hand? But they held their peace, and did not answer a word to him. For the commandment from the king was to say, Do not answer him. Chapter 34. Then Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, who was over the household, and Shebna the scribe, and BeRuakh the son of Asaph, the recorder, came to Jeshojehu with their clothes torn, and told him the words of Rabshakeh. And it came to pass, when King Jeshojehu heard it, that he tore his clothes and covered himself with sackcloth, and went into the house of Yehuah. And he sent Eliakim, who was over the household, and Shebna the scribe, and the elders of the priests covered with sackcloth, to Jeshojehu the son of Amos, the prophet. And they said to him, Thus saith Jeshojehu, Today is a day of trouble, and of rebuke, and of blasphemy, for the children have come to birth, yet there is no strength to bring forth. It may be, Yehuah your Elohim will hear the words of Rabshakeh, whom the king of Ashur, his master, has sent to reproach the living Elohim, and will reprove the words which Yehuah your Elohim has heard. Why do you lift up your prayer for the remnant that is left? Therefore the servants of King Jeshojehu came to Yehoshua, and Yehoshua said to them, Thus you will say to your master, Thus saith Yehuah, Do not be afraid of the words that you have heard, by which the servants of the king of Ashur have blasphemed me. Behold, I will send a blast upon him, and he will hear a rumor, and return to his land. And I will cause him to fall by the sword in his own land. So Rabshakeh returned and found the king of Ashur warring against Libnah, for he had heard that he had departed from Lachish. Also concerning Tirhakah king of Cush, he heard say, He has come forth to make war with you. And when he heard it, he sent messengers to Jeshojehu, saying, Thus you will speak to Jeshojehu, king of Yehudah, saying, Do not let your Elohim, in whom you trust, deceive you, saying, Yerushalayim will not be given into the hand of the king of Ashur. Behold, you have heard what the king of Ashur has done to all the lands by completely destroying them. Yet you will be delivered? Did the deities of the nations deliver those whom my fathers have destroyed, like Guzan and Haran and Rezep, and the children of Aden, who were in Telasar? Where is the king of Hamat, and the king of Arpad, and the king of the city of Separwan, Hena, and Iowa? Furthermore, Jeshojehu received the letter from the hand of the messenger and read it. And Jeshojehu went up to the house of Yehuah and spread it before Yehuah. And Jeshojehu prayed unto Yehuah, saying, O Yehuah of hosts, Elohim of Yeshariel, who dwells between the cherubim, you are he, the Elohim. All the kingdoms of the earth are according to your tapestry. You have made the heavens and the earth. Incline your ear, O Yehuah, and hear. Open your eyes, O Yehuah, and see, and hear all the words of Sanherib, which was sent to reproach the living Elohim. Of a truth, Yehuah, the kings of Ashur have laid waste all the lands and their countries, and have cast their deities into the fire, for they are not deities, but they are the stone and wood work of Adam's hands. Therefore they have destroyed them. Now, O Yehuah, our Elohim, save us from his hand, so that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that you alone are Yehuah. Then Jeshojehu, the son of Amos, sent to Jeshojehu, saying, Thus saith Yehuah, Elohim of Yeshariel, who you prayed to concerning Sanherib, king of Ashur. This is the word which Yehuah has spoken concerning him. The virgin, the daughter of Zion, has despised you, and laughed you to scorn. The daughter of Yerushalayim has shaken her head at you, whom you have reproached and despised, and against whom you have exalted your voice, and lifted up your eyes on high, even against the Holy One of Yeshariel. By your servants you have reproached Adonai, and have said, By the multitude of my chariots I have come up to the height of the mountains, to the sides of Lebanon. Therefore I will cut down its tall cedars and its choice firs. Also I will enter into the height of its borders and the forest of his garden. I have dug and drunk water, and with the sole of my feet I have dried up all the rivers of the besieged places. Have you not heard what I did long ago, and that I have designed it since ancient times? And you will carry waves of troublesome hawks. Therefore the inhabitants had a small hand. They were dismayed and confused. They were like grass of the field, and like the green herb, like the grass on a housetop, and like scorched grain before it grows up. But I know your abode, and your going out, and your coming in, and your rage against me. Because of your rage against me, and your uproar that has come up to my ears, therefore I will put my hook in your nose, and my bridle in your lips, and I will turn you back by the way which you came. And this will be a sign for you. This year you will eat that which grows of itself. Also the second year that which shoots of the same. Then during the third year you will sow, and reap, and plant vineyards, and eat its fruit. Furthermore, the remnant that has escaped of the house of Yehudah will take root downward again, and bear fruit upward. For a remnant will come out of Yerushalayim, and those who escape out of Mount Zion. The zeal of Yahuwah of hosts will do this. Therefore, thus saith Yahuwah concerning the king of Ashur, he will not come into this city, nor shoot an arrow here, nor come into it with shields, nor cast an embarkment against it. For the way that he came by will be the same he will return, and he will not come into this city, saith Yahuwah. For I will defend this city to save it for my own sake, and for the sake of my servant David. Then the angel of Yahuwah went forth, and struck in the camp of Ashur 185,000. And when they arose early in the morning, behold, they were all dead corpses. Therefore Sanherib the king of Ashur departed, and went and returned, and dwelt in Nineveh. And it came to pass, as he was worshipping in the house of the great eagle, his deity, then the honor of the king and the prince of fire, his sons, struck him with the sword, and they escaped to the land of the curse's reversal. Then Asher was given a brother. His son reigned in his stead. Chapter 35. During the days that Jeshojehu was deathly ill, then Jeshojehu, the son of Amos, the prophet, came to him, and said to him, Thus saith Yahuwah, set your house in order, for you will die and not live. Then Jeshojehu turned his face toward the wall, and prayed unto Yahuwah, and said, Remember now, O Yahuwah, I beseech you, how I have walked before you in truth and with a perfect heart, and have done good in your sight. And Jeshojehu wept greatly. Then a word of Yahuwah came to Jeshojehu, saying, Go and say to Jeshojehu, Thus saith Yahuwah, the Elohim of David your father, I have heard your prayer, I have seen your tears. Behold, I will add 15 years to your days, and I will deliver you and this city out of the hand of the king of Ashur, and I will defend this city. And this will be a sign for you from Yahuwah, that Yahuwah will do this thing that he has spoken. Behold, I will turn the sundial shadow 10 degrees backward, which will go down in the sundial he grabs. Then the sun returned 10 degrees from where it had gone down. This is the writing of Jeshojehu, king of Yehudah, when he had been sick and recovered from his illness. I said during my quiet days, I will walk through the gates of Shaul. I was ordered more than 2 years ago. I said, I do not see Yah in the land of the living. I will not see Adam any more among the inhabitants of the world. My generation is leaving, and is being taken away from me like a careful shepherd's tent. Like a weaver, he is cutting my life from the loom. From day until night, you will complete us. My balance is like a lion until morning. Therefore, he breaks all my bones. From day until night, you will restore us like a horse, a crane. Therefore, I chirped. I uttered like a fading dove. For my eyes are weak. My Arab Lord loves me. What I say, he spoke to me. Also, he does a good job. All of my years were a bitterness upon my soul. Adonai, because of this, revive him. Also, according to everything that is in the life of my spirit. So will you heal us and revive us? It will be a restoration for my great bitterness. Also, you desire my soul away from the pit of corruption, for you have casted all of my sins behind your back. Because the grave cannot praise you, death cannot celebrate you. Those who go down into the pit cannot examine your truth. I live, he will praise you like I do. That day the Father will cause the children to know your truth. O Yahweh, if you will save me and my stringed instruments, we will play all the days of our life in the house of Yahweh. For Jeshojehu has said, let them take a fig tree stick, and to rub it over the eruption, and live. Therefore Jeshojehu asked, what does this symbolize? That I might ascend to the house of Yahweh? Chapter 36. At that time Marduk-Baladan, the son of Baladan, king of Babel, sent letters and a tribute to Jeshojehu, for he had heard that he had been sick and was recovered. Therefore Jeshojehu rejoiced upon them and showed them the house of his precious things, the silver and the gold and the spices and the precious oil and the entire house of his armor and all that was found in his treasures. There was nothing in his house nor in his dominion that Jeshojehu did not show. Then Jeshojehu the prophet came to King Jeshojehu and asked him, what did these men say, and from where did they come to you? Therefore Jeshojehu answered, they came to me from a far country, as far as from Babel. Then he asked, what have they seen in your house? And Jeshojehu answered, they have seen all that is in my house. There is nothing among my treasures that I have not shown them. Then Jeshojehu said to Jeshojehu, hear the word of Yahweh of hosts. Behold, the days will come that all that is in your house, and all which your fathers have laid up in store until today, will be carried to Babel. Nothing will be left, saith Yahweh. Also of your sons who will come from you, who you will beget, they will be taken away, and they will be eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babel. Then Jeshojehu said to Jeshojehu, the word of Yahweh which you have spoken is good. Also he said, for there will be restoration and truth during my days. Chapter 37. Be comforted, O my people, saith your Elohim. Speak to the heart of Yerushalayim, and cry for her, that her warfare is fulfilled, so that her iniquity will be pardoned, because she has received double by the hand of Yahweh for all her sins. The voice of one reading in the wilderness, prepare you the way of Yahweh, make straight in the desert a highway, saith your Elohim. Every valley will be exalted, and every mountain will be made low, and the crooked will be made straight, and the rough places smooth. Then the glory of Yahweh will be revealed, and all flesh will see it together, for the mouth of Yahweh has spoken it. A voice said, read. Then it said, why should I read? All flesh is grass, and all beauty is like the flower of a field. The grass withers, the flower fades, because the Ruach of Yahweh blows upon it. Surely the people are grass. The grass withers, the flower fades, but the word of our Elohim will stand forever. O Tzion, who brings good tidings, get yourself up into the high mountain. O Yerushalayim, who brings good tidings, lift up your voice with strength. Lift it up, do not be afraid. Tell the cities of Yehuda, behold your Elohim. Behold, Adonai Yehuah will come with strength, and his arm will rule for him. Behold, his reward is with him, and his work is in his presence. He will feed his flock like a shepherd. He will gather the lambs with his arm. Also, he will carry them in his bosom. He will nurse the sucklings. Who measured the waters in the hollow of his hand, and designed the heavens with a span, and knows the dust of the earth by measurement, and weighed the mountains with a scale, and the hills with a balance? Who designed the Ruach of Yehuah, and the man who will teach us his counsel? For he instructed him, and he taught him during the path of judgment. Also he taught him knowledge. Therefore he will teach us the way of understanding. Behold, the nations are like a drop of the bucket, and we will be considered to be like the dust in the balancing scales. Behold, islands are fine dust that he will take. Moreover, whiteness is not sufficient to burn, nor is its beast sufficient for a burnt offering. Before him all nations are like nothing, and he considers them to be nothing and empty. Therefore unto whom do you liken all? And from which likeness will you compare him to? The image is a crafted outpouring of refined gold. Its foundation and hook is silver jewelry. The one who is impoverished will contribute to the tree that does not rot. He chose a wise artist. He sought to prepare an image for himself so that he would not die. Do you not know? Have you not heard? Has it not been told to you from the beginning? Have you not understood from the foundations of the earth? It is he who sits on the circumference of the earth, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers, who stretched out the heavens like a curtain, and spreads it out like a tent to dwell in, who brings the authorities to nothing. He makes the judges amazed. Furthermore, he does not plant. Also, he does not sow. Yet stalks that are not rooted in the earth, he will blow upon them, and they will wither. Then the whirlwind will carry them away like chaff. Therefore, unto whom am I likened? Says the Holy One. Lift up your eyes on high, and see what Elohim created. The one who brings out their hosts with calculations. With great strength and mighty power, he calls to them by name. The man will not be absent. Why do you say, O Jacob, and speak, O Yeshariel? My journey is unnoticed by Yehuah, and my justice is overlooked from my Elohim. Do you not know? Have you not heard? That the everlasting Elohim, Yehuah, who created the ends of the earth, does not faint, nor grow weary. His understanding is unattainable. He gives power to the faint, and he increases the strength of those who have no might. Even the young become faint and weary. Also, the young men completely fail. But those who wait upon Yehuah, he will renew their strength. They will ascend with wings like eagles. They will run and not be weary, and they will walk and not faint. Chapter 38. Those who plowed the islands for me, and unto the people who exchanged power, let them draw near, so that they may speak together, for judgment is approaching. Who was awakened by the sunrise? Righteousness calls him to his feet. Before his face he presents the nations, and kings he will rule. He gives them like the dust of his sword, and like the evaporated chaff of his rainbow. He will pursue them. They will cross over into restoration by a way that he did not go, who has performed and done the call from the beginning of generations. I am Yahweh, the first and the last. I am he. The islands will see and fear. The ends of the earth, they will tremble, drawing near. Then they will be transformed. A man will help his neighbor and say to his brother, "Be of good courage." Furthermore, the craftsman will strengthen the refiner from a silver-plated hammer to a striking anvil, saying, "It is ready to be secured." Then he will secure it with nails. It will not be shaken. Therefore, Yeshariel, you are my servant, the supplanter, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend, whom I have taken from the ends of the earth. And you were called from her farthest regions. And it was said to you, "You are my servant. I have chosen you, and will not cast you away. Do not fear, for I am with you, nor be dismayed. For I am your Elohim. Also, I will strengthen you. Also, I will help you. I will uphold you with my right hand, my righteousness. Behold, they will be ashamed. They will be humiliated. All those who were angry against you will be like nothing. Also, your enemies will perish. You will seek them, but not find them. Those who contended with you will be like nothing, and those who war against you will become non-existent. For I am Yahweh, your Elohim, the strength of your right hand, who says to you, "Fear not, I will help you." Do not fear the worm of the supplanter, the male of Yeshariel. I will help you, saith Yahweh, and your Redeemer, the Holy One of Yeshariel. Behold, you will be a new golden thresher with fangs. You will thresh the mountains and beat them small, and you will make the hills like chaff, and you will fan them, and the Ruach will carry them away, and the whirlwind will scatter them. Then you will rejoice with Yahweh, and you will shine with the Holy One of Yeshariel. When the humble and needy seek water, but there is none, and their tongue is dry, I, Yahweh, will hear them. The Elohim of Yeshariel will not forsake them. I will open rivers in high places, and fountains in the midst of the valleys. I will make the wilderness a pool of water, and the dry land springs of water. In the wilderness I will plant the cedar, the sheetna tree, and the myrtle, and the oil tree. In the desert I will establish the fir tree, and the pine, and the box tree together, so that they may see and know and consider and understand together that the hand of Yahweh has done this. The Holy One of Yeshariel has created it. Present your case, saith Yahweh. Produce the evidence, says the king of the supplanter. Let them come forth. They will come and show us who radiated first. From what they say and breathe into our heart, then we will know the end. Or declare to us the things that will follow. Show the next things to come, so that we may know that you are deities. Also, you will be good and shepherd. Then we will lay down and see together. Behold, you are from nothing, and your work is from nothing. He chooses you, an abomination. I will awaken one from the hidden, and he will come from the rising sun, and he will call in my name. Furthermore, officers who are just like clay will come, and just like he was formed, their clay will be trampled. Who is the speaker from the head? And who have we known previously? And who we say is righteous? Also who no one repeats, nor hears, nor hearkens your sayings. The first to Zion, behold, these are them. Also unto Yerushalayim I will give good tidings. For I looked, yet there was no man. Also, they were not advised. Also, when I asked them, their answer was the word, Behold our children, they are completely empty. Their works are from the wind, and a wonder. Behold my servant, I will support him, my chosen, in whom my soul races. I will put my BeRuack upon him. He will bring justice to the nations. He will not yell, nor carry away, nor cause his voice to be heard in the street. A bruised reed he will not break, and a smoking flax he will not quench. He will bring forth judgment to truth. He will not become faint, nor will he run, until he establishes justice in the earth. And according to his teachings, the islands will be healed. Thus saith the all of Yahweh, who created the heavens and stretched them out, a background of the earth. And her offspring are given life, and the BeRuack to those who flow with her. I am Yahweh, who has called you in righteousness, and who will hold your hand, and who will keep you, and will give you to be a covenant of the people, to enlighten the nations, to open the eyes of the blind, to bring prisoners out of prison, and those who sit in the prison house out of darkness. I am Yahweh, this is my name, and I will not give my glory to another, nor my praise to graven images. Behold, the former things have come to pass, and the new things I will declare. Before they spring forth, I will tell them to you. Chapter 39. Sing unto Yahweh a new song, and his praise from the end of the earth. You who go down to the sea, and all who are in it, the islands and their inhabitants, the wilderness and its cities, the villages of dark dwellers, the inhabitants of the rock, let them shrill from the top of the mountains. Let them give glory unto Yahweh. They will report honor and glory are in the islands. Yahweh will go forth like a mighty man. He will be awakened passionately. Like a man of war, he will blast. Also, he will roar against his enemies. I have held my peace for a long time. I have been still, and I have refrained myself. Now, like a woman in labor, I will bleat, pant, and gasp together. I will destroy the mountains and hills. Also, their grass will dry up. However, I will establish rivers for the islands, but their ponds will dry up. Furthermore, I will bring the blind by a way that they did not know. I will march them in paths that they did not know. I will make darkness light before them, and crooked things straight. I will do these things for them, and not forsake them. He retreated back, the one who trusted in statues, the one who said to molded images, You are our deities. The deaf one heard, and the blind one looked to see, who is blind because of the mother of my servant. Also, deaf like the angel I send, who is blind like during peacetime, and blind like the servant of Yahweh. She sees many things, but she did not look. He has opened ears, but did not hear. Yahweh is pleased for the righteousness of his intention. He will magnify the torah and make it respected. Furthermore, he is a people who have been robbed and plundered. They are all miners in holes, and they are hidden in prison houses. They are for a prey, yet no one snatches, for a plunder, yet no one says, Restore. Who among you will give ear to this? Who will hearken and hear for the time to come? Who gave Jacob for a plunder, and Israel to the robbers? Was it not Yahweh, against whom we have sinned? Because they would not walk in his ways, nor were they obedient to his teaching. Furthermore, he has poured upon him the fury of his anger and the strength of battle. Also, it has been set on fire all around, yet he did not know, and it burned him, yet his heart did not listen. But now, Yehovah, who created you, O supplanter, and who formed you, O Yeshariel, says this: Do not be afraid, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. You are mine. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and during the rivers, they will not overflow you. When you walk through the fire, you will not be burned, nor will a flame kindle upon you. For I am Yehovah, your Elohim, the Holy One of Yeshariel, your Savior. I will give the fortress of a black man like a bull in your place. Because you are precious in my sight, you have been honorable, and I love you. Therefore, I will establish an Adam under you, also for the nations under you. Fear not, for I am with you, and I will bring your seed from the east. Also, I will gather for you from the west. I will say to the north, Give up, and to the south, do not hold back. Bring your sons from afar, and your daughters from the ends of the earth. Likewise, unto the one who is called by my name, and according to my glory. He is a creation. He was formed for a purpose. Bring forth the blind people who have eyes, and the deaf who have ears. Let all the nations be gathered together, and let the people be assembled. Who among them can declare this, and show us former things? Let them bring forth their witnesses, so that they may be justified, or else let them hear and say, It is true. You are my witnesses, saith Yehovah, and my servant whom I have chosen, so that you may know and believe me, and understand that I am he. Before me no all was formed, nor will there be after me. Surely I am Yehovah, and without me there is no Savior. I am the one who speaks and saves, and is heard. There is nothing strange between you. Therefore you are my witnesses, saith Yehovah. I am all. Also, from this day I am he, and no one can take from my hand the work that I have done, and he who sits. Chapter 40. Thus saith Yehovah, your Redeemer, the Holy One of Yeshariel, For your sake I have sent Babel, and have brought down all their nobles, and the clodbreakers who are shrilling vessels. I am Yehovah, your Holy One, the Creator of Yeshariel, your kings. Thus saith Yehovah, who makes a way in the sea, and a path in the mighty waters, who brings the chariot and horse, the wealthy and the mighty. They will lie down together. They will be extinguished. Like a wick, they will be quenched. Do not remember the former things, nor consider the things of old. Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it will spring forth. Will you not know it? Indeed, I will make a way in the wilderness, and rivers in the desert. The beasts of the field will honor me, the dragons and the owls, because I give waters in the wilderness, and rivers in the desert, to give drink to my people, my chosen. These people I have formed for myself. They will show forth my praise. But you have not called upon me, O supplanter. But you have been weary of me, O Yeshariel. You have not brought me the small livestock of your ascension offerings, nor have you honored me with your sacrifices. I have not caused you to serve me with an offering, nor wearied yourself with incense. You have brought me no sweet cane with money, nor have you filled me with the fat of your sacrifices. But you have caused me to serve with your sins. You have wearied me with your iniquities. I am he. You are me. He who blots out your transgressions and will not remember your sins for my own sake. Put me in remembrance. Let us be united in judgment. State your case, for the purpose that you may be acquitted. The first sin is in you. Also, your teachers have transgressed against me. Therefore, I have profaned the princes of the sanctuary, and have given Jacob to the curse, and Israel to reproaches. However, now hear, O Jacob, my servant, and Israel, whom I have chosen. Thus saith Yahweh, who made you, and formed you from the womb, who will help you. Fear not, O Jacob, my servant, and you, Israel, whom I have chosen. For I will pour water upon him who is thirsty, and floods upon the dry ground. I will pour my BeRuack upon your seed, and my endowment upon your offspring, and they will spring up among the grass, like willows by the waterways. One will say, I am of Yahweh, and another will call himself by the name of Jacob, and another will write with his hand unto Yahweh, and surname himself by the name of Yisrael. Thus saith Yahweh, the King of Israel, and his Redeemer, Yahweh of hosts. I am the first, and I am the last, and without me there are no deities. And from me he will read it, and declare it, and establish it for me, from the names of people of the world, and leathers, and what you see will be told to him. Do not fear, nor be afraid. Have I not told you from that time, and have declared it? You are my witnesses. Is there any deity without me? There is no stone in my hand. Whoever forms a deity is confused, and their charms will have no benefit, and they are their own witnesses. They do not see nor know that they will be ashamed. Whoever forms a deity or molded image unto himself, there will be no benefit. Behold, all his fellows will be ashamed, and the workmen, they are Adam. Let them be gathered together, let them stand up. However, they will fear, and they will be ashamed together. The smith with the tongs both works in the coals, and fashioned it with hammers, and works it with the strength of his arm. Indeed, he is hungry, and his strength fails. He drinks no water, and is faint. The carpenter stretches out his ruler. He marks it out with a line. He fits it with planes, and he marks it out with a compass, and makes it after the figure of a man, according to the beauty of Adam, so that it may remain in the house. He cuts down cedars, and takes the cypress and the oak, which he strengthens for himself among the trees of the forest. He plants an ash, and the rain nourishes it. Then it will be for an Adam to burn, for he will take it and warm himself. Also he kindles it, and bakes bread. Indeed, he makes a deity and worships it. He makes a graven image, and falls down there. He burns part of it in the fire. With part of it he eats flesh. He roasts a roast, and is satisfied. Indeed, he warms himself, and says, Ah, I am warm. I have seen the light. And it remains he made a deity, his graven image. He falls down to it, and worships it, and prays to it. Deliver me, for you are my deity. They did not know nor understand, for he had shut their eyes so that they could not see, and their hearts so that they could not understand. For no one considers in his heart, nor is there knowledge, nor understanding to say, I have burnt part of it in the fire. Also, I have baked bread upon its coals. I have roasted flesh and eaten it, and I will make its remains an abomination. I will fall down to the stalk of a tree. He feeds on ashes. A deceived heart has turned him aside, so that he cannot deliver his soul, nor say, "Is this not a lie in my right hand?" Remember this, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant. I have formed you. You are my servant. O Yisrael, you will not be forgotten by me. I have blotted out your transgressions like a thick cloud, and your sins like a cloud. Return to me, for I have redeemed you. Sing, O heavens, for Yahweh has done it. Shout, you lower parts of the earth. Break out into singing, O mountains, O forest, and every tree in it, for Yahweh has redeemed Jacob, and glorified himself in Yisrael. Thus saith Yahweh, your Redeemer, and he who formed you from the womb. I am Yahweh, who makes all things, who alone stretches out the heavens, who spreads abroad the earth by myself, who will frustrate the signs of liars, and make enchanters mad, who will turn wise men backward, and make their knowledge foolishness, who will confirm the word of his servant, and perform the counsel of his messengers. The ones who will say to Yerushalayim, you will be inhabited, and to the cities of Yehuda, you will be built, and I will raise up her sword. The ones who say concerning the roast of the swordmen, also we will make you obscene. The one who says concerning Cyrus, he is my shepherd, and will perform all my pleasure. And concerning Yerushalayim, you will be built. And concerning the temple, your foundation will be laid. Chapter 41. Thus saith Yahweh to his Mashiach, to Koresh, whose right hand I have held, to subdue nations before him. Therefore I will loosen the loins of kings, to open before him the doors and gates, the gates that will not be shut. I will go before you, and make the crooked places straight. I will break copper gates in pieces, and cut down the iron bars. Also I will give dark treasures for you, and hidden riches in secret places, so that you may know that I am Yahweh, who calls you by your name, the Elohim of Yisrael. For the sake of Jacob my servant, and Yisrael my chosen, I have called you by name, even though you did not know me. I am Yahweh, and there are no other deities except me. I will embrace you, even though you have not known me, so that you may know from the rising of the sun and from its setting that there is no one without me. I am Yahweh, and there is no one else. I designed the light and created darkness. I make peace and create hardship. I, Yahweh, do all these things. Pour down from above, O heavens, and the skies will drip his righteousness. She will open the earth, and they will bring forth salvation. Therefore, righteousness will spring up together. I, Yahweh, have created it. Woe to the broken vessel being created, who strives with the broken vessel of the Adamah. Does clay say to the one who fashions it, what are you making? Or, your work has no hands? Woe to him who says to his father, who are you begetting? Or to the woman, who have you brought forth? Thus saith Yahweh, the Holy One of Yisrael, and his Maker, the letters I have written are upon me, and upon the work of my hands, my instructions. I have made the earth and Adam. Upon her I create. My hands have stretched out the heavens. Also I command all their hosts. I have raised him up in righteousness, and I will direct all his ways. He will build my city, and he will send my exiles without wages or a reward, saith Jehu of hosts. Thus saith Jehu, a fortress will arrive to you, trading black men, mortals of stature, and they will cross over to you, and they will follow behind you. They will walk in chains. They will cross over. They will bow down to you. They will pray, surely all is in you. And there are no other deities. Truly, you are an all who hides yourself. O Elohim of Yeshariel, the Savior. They will be ashamed. Also, we will disgrace all of them together. Those who make idols will walk in disgrace. Yeshariel will be saved by Jehu, the Savior of worlds. You will not be ashamed nor disgraced until forever and ever. For thus saith Jehu, who created the heavens, Elohim himself, who formed the earth and made it. He has established it. He did not create it for nothing. He formed it to be inhabited. I am Jehu, and there is no one else. I have not spoken in secret, in a dark place of the earth. I did not say to the seed of Jacob, seek me for nothing. I, Jehu, speak righteousness. I declare what is righteous. Assemble yourselves and come. Draw near together, you who have escaped the nations, those who set up the wood of their graven image, and pray to a deity that cannot save. They have no knowledge. Tell and bring them near. Also, let them take counsel together. From ancient times, who has declared it? From what time? Who has spoken it? Is it not me, Jehu? Also, there are no other deities beside me, a righteous all. Furthermore, there is no Savior except me. Look for me, and you will be saved, all the ends of the earth, for I am all, and there is no other. I have sworn by myself, the word has gone out by my mouth in righteousness, and will not return, so that unto me every knee will bow, every tongue will swear. Surely one will say, with Jehu I have righteousness and strength. Also unto him men will come, and all who rage against him will be ashamed. With Jehu all the seed of Yeshariel will be justified and will shine. Chapter 42. Baal curtsying, the prophet bending, were their idols to live. And unto the beasts your marriage was loaded heavily with wearisome debt. They bent, they curtsied together. They could not escape the debt, but they themselves have gone into captivity. Hearken unto me, O house of Jacob, and all the remnant of the house of Yeshariel, who have been indebted to me since birth, who have been carried by me since the womb. Even until your old age I am he. Even until gray hairs I will carry you. I have made, and I will carry. Also I will carry and deliver you. To whom do you liken me? To whom do you liken me? And make me equal, and compare me, so that we may be alike. They lavished gold out of the bag, and weighed silver in the balance, and hired a goldsmith, and he made it a deity. They laid down, also they worshipped. They put him upon the shoulder, they carried him, and they set him in his place, and he stands, and he will not be moved from his place. Indeed, one will cry to him, but he cannot answer, nor save him from his trouble. Remember this, and show yourselves men. Bring it to mind again, O you transgressors. Remember the former things of old. I am all, and there are no other deities, and there is no one like me, who has declared the end from the beginning, and from ancient times the things that are not yet done, saying, My counsel will stand, and I will do all my pleasure, calling a bird of prey from the rising sun, the man who will execute my counsel from a far country. Indeed, I have spoken it. Also, I will bring it to pass. I have purposed it, therefore I will do it. Hearken to me, you bulls, who are far from righteousness. I will bring my righteousness. It is not far away, and my salvation will not be late. Furthermore, I will give the salvation in Zion to Yeshareel, my beauty. Chapter 43. Descend and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babel. Sit on the ground. There is no throne, O daughter of the clodbreakers, for you will not be called tender and delicate any more. Take millstones and grind mill. Remove your veil. Expose the trail. Uncover the market. Cross over the rivers. Your nakedness will be uncovered. Also your shame will be seen. For I will take vengeance, and I will not meet you as an Adam. As for our Redeemer, Yahuwah of hosts is his name, the Holy One of Yeshareel. You will sit silent and get yourself into darkness, O daughter of the clodbreakers, for you will not be called the Lady of Kingdoms any more. I was wroth with my people. I have polluted my inheritance, and given them into your hand. You did not show mercy. Upon the ancient you have laid a very heavy yoke. And you said, I will be a lady forever. However, you did not lay these things to your heart, nor consider the latter end of it. Therefore, hear this, you who are given to pleasures, who dwell carelessly, who say in your heart, I am, and there is no one else beside me. I will not sit like a widow, nor will I know the loss of a child. However, these two things will come upon you in a moment, in a day, the loss of a child and widowhood. They will come upon you perfectly, for the multitude of your sorceries and for the great abundance of your charms, because you have trusted in your wickedness. You have said, No one sees me. Your wisdom and your knowledge has perverted you, and you have said in your heart, I am, and no one else is beside me. Therefore, evil will come upon you. You will not know from where it arises. And mischief will fall upon you. You will not be able to put it off. The desolation will come upon you suddenly, which you will not know. Now stand in your charms, and with the multitude of your sorceries, in which you have labored since your youth. Maybe you will profit. Maybe you will prevail. You have become weary by the multitude of your counsels. Now he will take his stand. He will save you. Dividing the heavens, observing the stars, and knowing the moon cycles. By this he will come upon you. Behold, they will be like stubble. The fire will burn them. They cannot save themselves from the blazing hand. There is no coal to warm up the light, to shabat before him. This will happen to you, the merchant who you have labored for since your youth, a man whom you went astray from your Savior. Hear this, O house of the supplanter, who is called by the name of Yeshareel, and comes out of the waters of Yehuda, who swears by the name of Yahuwah. However, by the Elohim of Yeshareel, he does not mention in truth, nor in righteousness. When we are called from the holy city, then we will lean upon the Elohim of Yeshareel. Yahuwah of hosts is his name. I have declared the previous things from the beginning, and they went forth out of my mouth, and I showed them. I did them suddenly, and they came to pass. Because I know that you are hard, and your neck is an iron cord, and your forehead is bronze. Therefore I have declared it since then. I showed it to you before it came to pass, or else you would have said, My idol has done them. Also, my graven image and my molten image have commanded them. You heard the breast of the bride. Therefore, you will declare the new thing that I made you hear from this time, and hidden things that you did not know. They are created now, and not from then. Also, not even the day before you heard of it. Or else you would say, Behold, I knew about this. Surely you did not hear, nor did you know. Ever since this time, I had not opened your ears from that time, so that your ears were not opened. For I knew that you would betray me and rebel against the womb calling to you. For my name's sake I have extended my wrath, and my praise is muzzled to you, so that I would not cut you off. Behold, I have refined you, but not with silver. I have tested you in the furnace of affliction. For my own sake I did it. For why should he pierce, and my glory not be given to another? Hearken to me, O Jacob and Israel, whom I have called. I am he. I am the first, and I am the last. Also, my hand has laid the foundation of the earth, and my right hand has stretched the heavens. When I call to them, they will stand up together. All of you assemble yourselves and hear. Who among them has reported these things? Yahweh loves him. He did his pleasure with Baol, and his arm is the clodbreakers. Surely I speak to him. Also, I read to him whom I bring, and he will make his way successful. Come to me, hear this. From the beginning, I have not spoken in secret. From the time that it was, there I am. And now Adonai, Yahweh, and his Ruach has sent me. Thus saith Yahweh, your Redeemer, the Holy One of Yisrael. I am Yahweh, your Elohim, who teaches you how to profit, who leads you by the way that you should go. If I hearken to my commandments, then your restoration will be like a river, and your righteousness will be like the waves of the sea. Also, your seed will be like the sand, and the offspring of your womb like gravel. His name will not be cut off, nor destroyed from before me. Go out of Babel, flee from the clodbreakers. With a voice of singing, tell this. Utter it even to the ends of the earth. Say, Yahweh has redeemed his servant Jacob. Therefore, they will not thirst when he leads them through the deserts. He will cause the waters to flow out of the rocks for them. He split the rock. Also, the waters will gush out. There is no peace for the wicked, saith Yahweh. Listen to me, O islands, and hearken, you people from afar. Yahweh has called me from the womb. From the bowels of my mother, he made mention of me by my name. And he has made my mouth like a sharp sword. In the shadow of his hand he withdrew me and made me a select arrow. In his quiver he hid me, and said to me, You are my servant, O Yisrael, in whom I will be glorified. Then I said, I have labored in vain. I have spent my strength for nothing, and in vain. Yet surely my justice is with Yahweh, and I have served my Elohim. And now saith Yahweh, who formed me from the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob to him again. Although Yisrael is not gathered, yet I will be glorified in the eyes of Yahweh, and my Elohim will be my strength. Also he said, Is it a light thing for you to be my servant, to raise up the tribes of Jacob, to restore the remnant of Yisrael? Also I will give you for a light to the nations, so that you may be my salvation until the end of the earth. Thus saith Yahweh, the Redeemer of Yisrael, his Holy One. To him whom the breath despised, to him whom the nation detested, to the servant of rulers, Kings will see and arise. Also, princes will worship, because of Yahuwah, who is faithful, and the Holy One of Yisrael, and he will choose you. Thus saith Yahuwah, in an acceptable time I will hear you, and in a day of salvation I will help you, and I will preserve you, and I will give you for a covenant of the people, to lift up the earth, to cause to inherit the forsaken inheritance, so that you may say to the prisoners, Go forth. To those who are in darkness, show yourselves. They will feed along the ways, and their pastures will be in all the high places. They will not hunger nor thirst, nor will the heat nor sun strike them. For he who has mercy on them will lead them, even by the springs of water he will guide them. And he will make all my mountains a way, and my highways will be exalted. Behold, he will come from afar, and behold, those from the north and from the west, also those from the land of thorns. Sing, O heavens, and be joyful, O earth, and break forth into singing, O mountains. For Yahuwah has comforted his people, and will have mercy upon his afflicted. Chapter 44. But Zion said, Yahuwah has forsaken me, and my Lord has forgotten me. Can a woman forget her suckling child, such that she will not have compassion on the son of her womb? Yes, they might forget, but I will not forget you. Behold, I have cut into the palms of my hands. Your walls are before me continually. Your children will make haste. Your destroyers and your drought will leave you. Lift up your eyes, look around and see everyone who gathers coming towards you. As I live, saith Yahuwah, for they will look like me. You have connected them like a bride. For your swords and your desolate places, and the land of your destruction, will now be too small because of its inhabitants. Also, those who drink from you will be from far away. The son of your bereavement will speak in your ears again. The place is too crowded for me. Come to me, and I will sit. Then you will say in your heart, Who has begotten these for me? Seeing that I have lost my son, and I am a wandering, barren exile. Also, who will raise these? Behold, I am left alone. These, where did they come from? Thus saith Yahuwah Elohim, Behold, I will lift up my hand to the nations, and set up my standard to the people, and they will bring your sons in your arms, and they will carry your daughters upon their shoulders. And the kings will be your nursing fathers, and the queens your nursing mothers. They will bow down to you with their face toward the earth, and lick the dust of your feet. And you will know that I am Yahuwah, for those who wait upon me will not be ashamed. The prey will be taken from the mighty, if the righteous captive is delivered. For thus saith Yahuwah, even the captives of the mighty will be turned away, and the prey of the terrible will be delivered. For I will contend with him who contends with me, and I will save your children. And those who oppress you, I will feed them their own flesh, and they will become drunk with their own blood, like sweet wine. Then all flesh will know that I am Yahuwah, your Savior and your Redeemer is the Mighty One of Jacob. Thus saith Yahuwah, Where is the bill of your mother's divorcement, whom I have put away? Or which of my creditors have I sold you to? Behold, for your iniquities you have sold yourself, and for your transgressions your mother is put away. When I came, why was there no man? When I called, there was no one to answer. Is my hand shortened at all, that I cannot redeem? Or do I have no power to deliver? Behold, at my rebuke I dry up the sea. I make the rivers a wilderness. Their fish stink and die of thirst, because there is no water. I clothe the heavens with blackness, and I make sackcloth their clothing. Adonai, Yahweh, has given me a tongue to teach, to know how to speak a word to the weary. He awakens me morning by morning. He awakens my ear to hear instructions. Adonai, Yahweh, has opened my ear, and I was not rebellious, nor turned away. I gave my back to the smiters, and my cheeks to those who plucked out hair. I did not hide my face from shame or spitting, for Yahweh Elohim helped me, and I will not be disgraced. Therefore I will set my face like a flint stone, and I know that I will not be ashamed. He who justifies me is near. He who strives with me, let us stand together. Where is my adversary? Let him come near to me. Behold, Adonai, Yahweh, will help me. Who is he who will condemn me? Look, they will all wear out like an old garment. The moth will eat them up. Who among you reveres Yahweh? Who obeys the voice of his servant? Who walks in darkness and has no light? Let him trust in the name of Yahweh and stand upon his Elohim. Behold, all those who have kindled a fire, those who are surrounded in sparks. They walk in the light. I live with them. This happened from my hand by design for you to lie down. Hearken unto me, those who follow after righteousness, those who seek Yahweh. Look at the rock where you have mined, and to the hole of the pit where you have dug. Look to Abraham, your father, and to Sarah, who bore you. For together I called him, and I endowed him, and increased him. For Yahweh will comfort Zion. He will comfort all her wasted places, and he will make her wilderness like Aden, and her desert like the garden of Yahweh. Joy and gladness will be found in it, thanksgiving and the voice of melody. Hearken to me, my people, and give ear to me, O my nation. For a teaching will proceed from me, and I will bring my judgment. Like a light, I will calm the people. My righteousness is near, my salvation has gone forth, and my arms will judge the people. The islands will wait upon me, and on my arm they will trust. Lift up your eyes to the heavens, and look upon the earth beneath, for the heavens will vanish away like smoke, and the earth will wax old like a garment. And those who dwell in it will die in like manner, but my salvation will be forever, and my righteousness will not be abolished. Hearken to me, you who know righteousness, the people in whose heart is my torah. Do not fear the reproach of men, nor be afraid of their reviling. For the moth will eat them up like a garment, and the worm will eat them like wool. But my righteousness will be forever, and my salvation from generation to generation. Awake, awake, put on your strength, O arm of Yahweh. Awake, like in the ancient days, during the generations of old. Are you not he who mined Rahab and wounded the dragon? Are you not he who has dried up the sea, the waters of the great abyss? Who has made the depths of the sea a way for the ransomed to cross over? Therefore the redeemed of Yahweh will return and come with singing to Zion, and everlasting joy will be upon their head. They will obtain gladness and joy. Also sorrow and mourning will flee away. Truly I am he who comforts you. Who are you, that you should be considered a mortal who would die, and of the son of Adam who will be made like grass? And forget Yahweh your Maker, who has stretched forth the heavens, and laid the foundations of the earth, and have feared continually every day because of the fury of the oppressor, as if he were ready to destroy. And where is the fury of the oppressor? The captive exile hurries so that he may be freed, so that he will not die in the pit, nor that his bread will fail. But I am Yahweh your Elohim, who divided the sea, whose waves roared. Yahweh of hosts is his name. And I have put my words in your mouth, and I have covered you in the shadow of my hand, so that I may plant the heavens and lay the foundations of the earth, and say to Zion, you are my people. Awake, awake, rise up, O Yerushalayim, who has drunk by the hand of Yahweh the cup of his fury. You have drunk the dredge of the cup of burning poison. Among all the sons that she brought forth, there was no one to guide her. Of all the sons that she brought forth, no one took her by the hand. These things will happen to you both. Who will feel sorry for you? Desolation and destruction and famine and the sword. Who of you will I pity? Your son was fainted. He lies at the head of all the streets, like a wild bull in a net, full of the fury of Yahweh, the rebuke of your Elohim. Therefore, now hear this, you who are afflicted and drunk, but not with wine. Thus saith Adonai, Yahweh and your Elohim, who pleads the cause of his people. Behold, I have taken the cup of the dredge of the burning poison of my fury out of your hand. You will not drink it again, but I will put it into the hand of those who afflicted you, who have said to your soul, bow down so that we may go over you. And you have laid your body as the ground, and as the street to those who crossed over. Awake, awake, put on your strength, O Zion, put on your beautiful garments, O Yerushalayim, the holy city. For now on, the uncircumcised and the unclean will no longer come into you. Shake yourself from the dust. Arise and sit down, O Yerushalayim. Loosen yourself from the bonds of your neck, O captive daughter of Zion. For thus saith Yahweh, you sold yourself for nothing, and you will be redeemed without money. For thus saith Adonai, Yahweh, previously my people went down into Mitzrayim to sojourn there, and Ashur oppressed them without a cause. Now therefore, what do you have here, saith Yahweh, such that my people are taken away for nothing? Those who rule over them make themselves to howl, saith Yahweh. Also, my name is continually blasphemed every day. Therefore, my people will know my name. Also, during that day, they will know that I am he who exists. Behold, it is I. How beautiful are the feet upon the mountains of him who brings good tidings, who publishes peace, who brings good news, who publishes salvation, who says to Zion, your Elohim reigns. The voice of your watchmen will be lifted up. United, the voice will sing. For when Yahweh brings Zion again, they will see eye to eye. Break forth into joy. Sing together, you wasted places of Yerushalayim. For Yahweh has comforted his people. He has redeemed Yerushalayim. Yahweh has exposed his holy arm in the eyes of all the nations. And all the ends of the earth will see the salvation of our Elohim. Depart, get out of the unclean place. Do not touch, go out of the midst of her. Be clean, those who bear the vessels of Yahweh. For you will not go out with haste, nor go by flight. For Yahweh will go before you, and the Elohim of Israel will be your reward. Behold, my servant will deal mindfully. He will be exalted and carried, and be very high. Just as many were astonished by you, so too his deformity was more than any man, and his appearance than any sons of Adam. Therefore he will sprinkle many nations. The kings will shut their mouths at him. For that which had not been told them they will see, and that which they had not heard they will consider. Who has believed our report, and to whom is the arm of Yahuwah revealed? For he will grow up before him like a tender plant, and like a root out of the ground. He has no form nor comeliness, and when we see him, there will be no beauty that we shall desire him. He is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows, and acquainted with grief. Also we hid our faces from him. He was despised, and we did not regard him. Surely he has carried our grief and our sorrows. Yet we considered him stricken, smitten by Elohim, and afflicted. However, he was defiled for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment of our restoration was upon him, and with his association we are healed. We are all like sheep that have gone astray. We have all turned his own way. Therefore, Yahuwah has laid upon him the iniquity of us all. He was oppressed, and he was humbled, yet he did not open his mouth. He was brought like a lamb to the slaughter, and like a sheep before her shearers was mute. So too he did not open his mouth. He was taken from prison and from judgment. And who will declare this generation? For he was cut off out of the land of the living. He was stricken for the transgression of my people, and he made his grave with the wicked, and with the rich in his death, because he had done no violence, nor was there any deceit in his mouth. Yet it pleased Yahuwah to crush him. He has put him to grief. When you make his soul an offering for sin, he will see his seed. His days will be prolonged, and the pleasure of Yahuwah will prosper in his hand. He will see the labor of his soul and be satisfied. By his knowledge, my righteous servant will justify many, for he will bear their iniquities. Therefore, I will divide him a portion with the great, and he will divide the plunder with the strong. Because he has poured out his soul unto death, and he was numbered with the transgressors, and he bore the sin of many, and made intercession for the transgressors. Chapter 45. Sing, O barren, you who do not beget. Burst forth into singing, and cry aloud, you who have not come into force. For there are more children of the desolate than the children of the married woman, saith Yahuwah. Enlarge the space of your tent, and let them stretch forth the curtains of your habitation. Spare not, lengthen your cords, and strengthen your stakes. For you will burst forth on the right hand and on the left, and your seed will inherit the nations, and make the desolate cities to be inhabited. Do not fear, for you will not be ashamed, nor will you be disgraced, for you will not be put to shame, for you will forget the shame of your youth, and will not remember the reproach of your widowhood any more. For your Maker is your husband, Yahuwah of hosts is his name, and your Redeemer is the Holy One of Yisrael. He will be called the Elohim of the whole earth. For like a forsaken woman and a grieved spirit, Yahuwah has called you. Also a youthful wife, when you were refused, saith your Elohim. For a small moment I have forsaken you, but with great mercies I will gather you. With a little wrath I hid my face from you for a moment, but with everlasting kindness I will have mercy upon you, saith Yahuwah your Redeemer. For these are like the waters of 𝐤�𐄅 to me. For like I have sworn that the waters of 𝐤���� will not go over the earth again, so too I swear that I will not be wroth with you, nor rebuke you. For the mountains will depart, and the hills will be removed, but my kindness will not depart from you, nor will my covenant of restoration be removed, saith Yahuwah, who has mercy upon you. humility, storm, no comfort. Behold, I lay your stones with fair colors, and lay your foundations with sapphires. And I will make your windows agate, and your gates of crystals, and all your borders of pleasant stones. And all your children will be taught about Yahweh, and the restoration of your children will be great. In righteousness you will be established. Oppression will be far from you. Also, from terror you will not fear, for it will not come near you. Behold, surely those who are not from me will gather together. Those who gather against you, for your sake they will fail. Behold, I have created the smith who blows the coals in the fire, and who brings forth an instrument for his work. Also, I have created the hay to pledge. All weapons formed against you will not prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment you will condemn. This is the inheritance of the servants of Yahweh, and your righteousness is of me, saith Yahweh. Woe to all who thirst! Come to the waters, and he who has no money, come. Buy and eat. Buy wine and milk without money and without price. Why do you spend money for what is not bread? Also you labor for what does not satisfy. Hearken diligently to me, and eat what is good, and let your soul delight in its fatness. Incline your ear, and come. Hear, and your soul will live. And I will make an everlasting covenant with you, even the sure mercies of David. Behold, I have given him for a witness to the people, a leader and commander to the people. Behold, a nation you do not know you call, and a nation who does not know you runs to you, for the intention that you might be glorified of Yahweh, your Elohim, and the Holy One of Yisrael. Seek Yahweh while he may be found. Call upon him while he is near. Let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts, and let him return unto Yahweh, and he will have mercy upon him, and to our Elohim, for he will pardon abundantly. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, nor my ways your ways, saith Yahweh. For like the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. For like the rain and snow comes down from the heavens, and does not return there, but waters the earth, and makes it bring forth the bud, so that it may give seed to the sower, and bread to the eater, so too my word will be, which goes forth out of my mouth. It will not return to me void, but it will accomplish that which I please, and it will prosper in the place where I send it. For you will go out with joy, and be led with peace. The mountains and the hills will burst forth into singing before you, and all the trees of the field will clap their hands. Instead of the thorn, a fir tree will come up, and instead of a briar, a myrtle tree will come up, and it will be unto Yahweh for a name, and for a sign of the world, it will not be cut off. Chapter 46. Thus saith Yahweh, keep justice and do righteousness, for my salvation is near to come, and my righteousness to be revealed. Endowed is the man who does this, and the son of Adam who grabs a hold of it, who keeps from polluting the shabat, and keeps his hand from doing any evil. Do not let the son of the foreigner, who has joined himself unto Yahweh, speak, saying, Yahweh has completely separated me from his people. Nor let the eunuch say, Behold, I am a withered tree. For thus saith Yahweh to the eunuchs who keep my shabbats, and choose the things that please me, and take hold of my covenant. Even to them I will give a place in my house and within my walls, and a name that is better than the sons and daughters. I will give them an everlasting name that will not be cut off. Also the sons of the foreigner who join themselves unto Yahweh, to serve him and to love the name of Yahweh, to be his servants. Everyone who keeps from polluting the Shabbat and takes hold of my covenant, even them I will bring to my holy mountain, and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their ascension offerings and their sacrifices will be accepted upon my altar, for my house will be called a house of prayer for all people. Yahweh Elohim, who gathers the outcasts of Yisrael, says, Still I will gather others to him, besides those who are gathered to him. All the beasts of the field come to devour all you beasts of the forest. His watchmen are blind. They are all ignorant. They are all mute dogs who cannot bark, sleeping, lying down. I love to sleep. Truly, they are greedy dogs who can never have enough. Also, they are shepherds who do not understand. They all look to their own way, everyone for his gain, from his side. Come, they say, I will fetch wine, and we will fill ourselves with strong drink, and tomorrow will be like today, and much more abundant. The righteous perish, and no one lays it to heart. Also, merciful men are taken away. No one recognizes that it is from the presence of evil that the righteous are taken. He will enter into restoration. They will rest in their beds, each one walking in his uprightness. And you will draw near here, you sons of the cloud, the seed of the adulterer and the whore, against whom you make a wide mouth and draw out the tongue. Are you not children of transgression, a seed of falsehood, heating yourselves with deities under every green tree, slaying the children in the valley under the clefts of the rocks? Also, to those who have poured a drink offering, you have offered a grain offering. Should I receive comfort in these? You have set your bed upon a lofty and high mountain. Even there you went up to offer sacrifice. Also, behind the doors and the posts, you have set up your remembrance. For you have uncovered yourself to someone other than me, and have gone up. You have enlarged your bed and made a covenant with them. From their bed you loved the power to see visions. Also, you went to the king with oil, and increased your perfumes, and sent your messages far off, and debased yourself even to hell. You did not tire in the length of your way, and you did not say, There is no hope. You found life by your hand. Therefore you did not grieve. However, of whom have you been afraid and feared? Such that you have lied. Also you have not remembered me, nor laid me to your heart. I was silent for a long time. Therefore you did not fear me. I will declare your righteousness and your works. When you cry, let your associates deliver you. But an empty wind will carry all of them away. However, he who puts his trust in me will possess the land, and will inherit my holy mountain. And he will say, raise it up, prepare the way. Take up the stumbling block out of the way of my people. For thus saith the high and lofty one who inhabits eternity, whose name is holy. I dwell in the high and holy place, also with him who is of a contrite and humble spirit, to revive the spirit of the humble, and to revive the heart of the contrite ones. For I will not contend forever, nor will I always be angry because of the failure of the spirits before me, also the souls which I have made. For I was wroth because of the iniquity of his covetousness. Therefore I struck him secretly. Although I was wroth, still he went on forwardly in the way of his heart. I have seen his ways, and I will heal him. Also I will lead him, and restore comfort to him and to his mourners. I will create the restored fruit of his lips, restoring him who is far off to him who is near, saith Yahweh, and I will heal him. However, the wicked are like the troubled sea, when it cannot rest, whose waters cast up mire and dirt. There will be no restoration for the wicked, saith my Elohim. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up your voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgression, and the house of Jacob their sin. Yet they seek me daily, and delight to know my ways, like a nation that does righteousness, and does not forsake the ordinance of their Elohim. They ask me the ordinances of justice. They take delight in approaching toward Elohim. Why do we fast, they ask, yet you do not see? Why do we afflict our soul, and you do not know this? Behold, during the day of your fast, you find pleasure, and your labors clash. Behold, you fast for strife and debate, and to strike out with the fist of wickedness. You should not fast like you do today, to make your voice to be heard on high. Is this a fast that I have chosen? A day for Adam to afflict his soul, as if to bow down his head to a bulrush, and to spread sackcloth and ashes under him? Will you call this a fast, and an acceptable day unto Yahweh? Is this not the fast that I have chosen, to loosen the bonds of the wicked, to undo the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free, so that you break every yoke? Is it not to share your bread with the hungry, and to bring the humble outcasts into your house? When you see the naked, that you cover him, yet not ignore your own flesh. Then your light will break forth like the morning, and your healing will quickly spring forth, and your righteousness will go before you. The glory of Yahweh will be your reward. Then you will call, and Yahweh will answer. You will cry, and he will say, Here I am. If you remove the yoke from between you, pointing a finger and saying empty words, and extend your life to the hungry and satisfy the afflicted soul, then your light will rise in your house, and your darkness will be like the noonday. Also, Yahweh will guide you continually and satisfy your soul during the drought, and make your bones healthy, and you will be like a watered garden, also like a spring of water, whose waters do not fail. And those who will be of you will build the old wasted places. You will raise up the foundations of many generations, and you will be called the repairer of the breach, the restorer of paths to dwell in. On behalf of the Shabbat, if you will turn your foot from doing your pleasure on my holy day, and call the holy Shabbat of Yahweh a delight, and honor him, not doing your own ways, nor finding your own pleasure, nor speaking your own words, then you will delight yourself in Yahweh, and I will cause you to ride upon the high places of the earth, and feed you with the heritage of Jacob, your father. For the mouth of Yahweh has spoken it. Chapter 47. Behold, the hand of Yahweh is not shortened, such that it cannot save, nor is his ear heavy, so that it cannot hear. But your iniquities are a separation between you and your Elohim. Also your sins have hidden his face from you, so that he will not hear. For your hands are defiled with blood, and your fingers with iniquity. Your lips have spoken lies. Your tongue has muttered perverseness. No one calls for justice, nor does anyone plead for truth. They trust in vanity and speak lies. They conceive mischief and bring forth iniquity. They hatch viper eggs and weave a spider's web. He who eats of their eggs die, and that which is crushed breaks out into a viper. Their webs will not become garments, nor will they cover themselves with their works. Their works are works of iniquity, and the act of violence is in their hands. Their feet run to evil, and they make haste to shed innocent blood. Their thoughts are thoughts of iniquity. Wasting and destruction are in their paths. They do not know the way of restoration, and there is no judgment in their goings. They have made themselves crooked paths. Whoever goes in it will not know restoration. Upon this, justification is far from us, nor will justification reach us. We wait for light, but see obscurity, for brightness, but we walk in darkness. We grope for the wall like the blind, and we grope as if we have no eyes. We stumble at noonday like during the night. We are in desolate places like dead men. We all roar like bears and mourn severely like doves. We look for justice, but there is none, for salvation, but it is far from us. For our transgressions are multiplied before you, and our sins testify against us. For our transgressions are with us, and as for our iniquities, we know them. By transgressing and lying against Yahuwah, and departing away from our Elohim, speaking oppression and revolt, conceiving and uttering from the heart false words, also turning away from justification. Therefore justice stands afar off, for truth has fallen in the streets, and uprightness cannot enter. Therefore faithfulness has failed. Also he who departs from evil has made himself a prey, and Yahuwah sees it, and it displeased him that there is no justice. Also he saw that there is no man, and wondered, why is there no intercessor? Therefore his arm brought salvation to him, and his righteousness, it sustained him. For he put on righteousness like a breastplate, and a helmet of salvation upon his head. And he put on the garments of vengeance for clothing, and was clad with zeal for the cloak. For his adversaries he repaid the fury of his wrath according to their deeds, a retaliation for his enemies. For the islands his payment was a full reward, so that they will revere the name of Yahuwah at the setting of the sun, and his glory at the rising of the sun. When the enemy comes in like a flood, the Ruach of Yahuwah moved within him. And the Redeemer will come to Zion, and to those who turn from transgression in Jacob, saith Yahuwah. As for me, this is my covenant with them, saith Yahuwah. My spirit is upon you, and my words which I have put in your mouth will not depart out of your mouth, nor out of the mouth of your seed, nor out of the mouth of your seed from henceforth and forever, saith Yahuwah. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of Yahuwah has risen upon you. For behold, darkness will cover the earth, and a heavy cloud will be upon the people. But over you Yahuwah will arise. Also his glory will be seen upon you, and the nations will come to your light. Also kings to the brightness of your rising. Lift up your eyes round about and see. Everyone gathers themselves together. They come to you. Your sons will come from afar, and your daughters will be nursed by your side. Then you will see the radiance together. Also your heart will be amazed and enlarged, because the abundance of the sea will be converted to you. The forces of the nations will come to you. The multitude of camels will cover you, the dromedaries of strife and gloom. Everyone from the oath will come. They will bring gold and incense, and they will show forth the praises of Yahweh. All the dark flocks will be gathered together to you. The rams of the highlands will minister to you. They will ascend with acceptance on my altar. The house that you glorify, I will glorify. Who are these who fly like a cloud and like doves to their windows? Surely the islands will wait for me. Also the ships of yellow stones will begin to bring your sons from afar, their silver and their gold with them, to the name of Yahweh, your Elohim, and to the Holy One of Yisrael, because he has glorified you. Furthermore, the sons of the foreigner will build up your walls, and their kings will minister to you. For during my wrath I struck you, but in my favor I have had mercy upon you. Therefore your gates will be open continually. They will not be shut day nor night, so that men may bring to you the forces of the nations, so that their kings may be brought. For the nation and kingdoms who will not serve you will perish. Truly, those nations will be completely wasted. The glory of whiteness will come to you, the fir tree, the pine tree, and the box together, to beautify the place of my sanctuary, and I will make the place of my feet glorious. Also, the sons of those who afflicted you will come bending to you, and all those who despised you will bow themselves down to the soles of your feet, and they will call you the city of Yahweh, the stranger of the Holy One of Yisrael. Instead of you being forsaken and hated, so that no man went through you, I will make you an eternal excellence, a joy of many nations. And the nations will suck milk, and your breast will nurse kings. Then you will know that I, Yahweh, am your Savior and your Redeemer, the mighty one of the supplanter. For copper I will bring gold, and for iron I will bring silver, and for wood, copper, and for stones, iron. And I will restore your visitors, and those who approach you will become righteous. Violence will not be heard in your land any more, wasting nor destruction within your borders. And you will call your walls salvation, and your gates praise. For you the sun will no longer be a light by day, nor will the brightness of the moon give its light to you. But Yahweh will be an everlasting light for you, and your Elohim will be your glory. Your sun will not go down any more, nor will your moon withdraw itself, for Yahweh will be your everlasting light, and the days of your mourning will end. Also your people will be righteous. They will inherit the land forever, the branch of my planting, the work of my hands, so that I may be glorified. A little one will become 1,000, and a small one will become a strong nation. I, Yahweh, will hasten it during its time. Chapter 48. The Ruach of Yahweh, Elohim, is upon me, because Yahweh has anointed me to preach good tidings to the meek. For he has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and open the prison to those who are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of Yahweh, and the day of vengeance of our Elohim, to comfort all who mourn, to appoint unto those who mourn in Zion, to give to them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, so that they might be called the trees of righteousness, the planting of Yahweh, so that he might be glorified. And they will rebuild the old wastelands. They will raise up the former desolations. They will repair the wasted cities, the corruption of many generations. The nations will stand and feed your flocks. The sons of the foreigner will be your plowmen and your vine dressers. But you will be named the priests of Yahweh. You will be named the servants of our Elohim. You will eat the riches of the nations, and by their glory you will be preserved. Instead of double shame and insults, they will rejoice in their portion. Therefore, in their land they will possess double. Everlasting joy will be for them. For I, Yahweh, love justice. I hate robbery for burnt offering, and I will direct their work in truth, and I will make an everlasting covenant with them. And their seed will be known among the nations, and their offspring among the people. All who see them will acknowledge them, because they are the seed of the blessing of Yahweh. I will greatly rejoice in Yahweh. My soul will be joyful in my Elohim, for he has clothed me with the garments of salvation. He has covered me with the robe of righteousness. Like a bridegroom decks himself with ornaments, and like a bride adorns herself with jewels. For just as the earth brings forth her bud, and just as the garden causes the things that are sown in it to spring forth, so too Yahweh Elohim will cause righteousness and praise to spring forth before all the nations. For Zion's sake, I will not hold my peace, and for Yerushalayim's sake, I will not rest until righteousness has gone forth as brightness, and its salvation burns like a lamp. Furthermore, the nations will see your righteousness, and all the kings your glory, and you will be called by a new name, which the mouth of Yahweh will name. Also you will be a crown of glory in the hand of Yahweh, and a royal diadem in the hand of your Elohim. You will no longer be called forsaken, nor will your land be called desolate, but you will be, my delight is in her, and your land married. For Yahweh delights in you, and your land is married. For just as a man marries a virgin, so too your son will marry you. And just as the bridegroom rejoices over the bride, so too your Elohim rejoices over you. O Yerushalayim, I have set watchmen upon your walls all day and all night. They will never hold their peace. Those who mention Yahweh, do not be silent concerning them. Do not give rest to him until he is established, and until he makes Yerushalayim praised in the earth. Yahweh has sworn by his right hand, and by the arm of his strength. Surely I will no longer give your grain as food to your enemies, and the sons of the foreigner will not drink your wine, of which you have labored, but those who gather it will eat it, and praise Yahweh, and those who have brought it together will drink it in the courts of my holiness. Cross over, pass through the gates, prepare the way of the people. Lift up the highway, gather out the stones, lift up the sign for the people. Behold, Yahweh has proclaimed it to the ends of the world. Say to the daughter of Zion, behold, your salvation comes. Behold, his reward is with him, and his work is before him. And they will call them the holy people, the redeemed of Yahweh. Also, you will be called, seek out a city that is not forsaken. Chapter 49. Who is this fortress with garments dyed red? Is this the generation in whose clothes has all its strength? I have a righteous word that is mighty to save. Why are your clothes red, and your garments like one who has tread the winepress? I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was no one with me. For I have tread in my anger, and trampled them in my fury, and their blood has sprinkled upon my garments, and I have stained all my clothes. For the day of vengeance is in my heart, and the year of my redemption has come. And I looked, but there was no one to help, and I wondered why there was no support for me. Therefore my own arm saved me, and my fury, it sustained me. And I will tread down the people in my anger, and make them drunk in my fury, and I will bring their strength down to the earth. I have mentioned the kindness of Yahweh, and the praises of Yahweh according to that which Yahweh has bestowed upon us, and the great goodness toward the house of Yeshariel, which he has bestowed on them according to his mercies, and according to the multitude of his kindness. For he said, Surely they are my people, children who do not lie. Therefore he is their Savior. In all their affliction he was afflicted. Also the angel in his presence saved them. With his love and pity he redeemed them, and he bore them and carried them the entire time. But they rebelled and vexed his Ruach Kodesh. Therefore he has turned into their enemy, and he fought against them. Then he remembered the days of old, Moshe and his people, saying, Where is he who brought them up out of the sea with the shepherd of his flock? Where is he who has his Ruach Kodesh within him, who led them by the right hand of Moshe with his glorious arm, dividing the water before them, to make himself an everlasting name, who led them through the deep like a horse in the wilderness, so that they will not stumble. Like a beast who goes down into the valley, the Ruach of Yahweh caused him to rest. Therefore, did you lead your people to make yourself a glorious name? Look down from the heavens and behold from the habitation of your holiness and of your glory. Where is your zeal and your strength, the sounding of your bowels, and of your mercies toward me? Are they restrained? Doubtless you are our father, even though Abraham is ignorant of us, and Yeshariel does not acknowledge us. You, O Yahweh, are our Father, our Redeemer. Your name is from everlasting. O Yahweh, why have you made us to err from your ways, and hardened our heart from your presence? Return for your servant's sake, the tribes of your inheritance. The people of your holiness have possessed it but a little while. Our adversaries have trodden down your sanctuary. We are yours. You never carried rule over them. They are not called by your name. Oh, that you would rend the heavens. Like when the burning fire melts, the fire causes the water to boil, to make your name known to your adversaries, so that the nations may tremble by your presence. When you did terrible things that we did not look for, you came down, the mountains flowed down by your presence. For since the beginning of the world, men have not heard nor perceived by the ear, nor seen with their eye any deity who will respond to those who wait upon him. You meet him who rejoices and works righteously, those who remember you in your ways. Behold, you are angry, for we have sinned. By our continuation, then we will be saved. But we are all unclean. All of our righteousness have become filthy rags, and our iniquities have faded like a leaf. The wind has taken us away, and there is no one who calls upon your name, who arouses himself to take hold of you. For you have hidden your face from us, and have consumed us because of our iniquities. But now, O Yahweh, you are our Father. We are the clay, and you are our potter, and we all are the work of your hand. Do not be very angry, O Yahweh, nor remember the iniquity forever. Behold, look, we beseech you, and we are your people. Your holy cities are a wilderness. Zion is a wilderness. Yerushalayim is a desolation. Our holy and beautiful house, where our fathers praised you, is burned up with fire, and all our pleasant things are laid waste. Will you hold back yourself because of these things, O Yahweh? Will you hold your peace and afflict us even more? Chapter 50. I reveal myself to those who do not ask for me. I am found by those who do not seek me. I said, behold me, to a nation that was not called by my name. I have spread out my hands all day to a rebellious people who walk in a way that is not good, after their own thoughts, a people who provokes me to anger continually to my face, who sacrifice in gardens and burn incense upon brick altars, who sit among the graves and lodge in tombs, who eat swine flesh and broth of abominable things in their vessels, who say, stand by yourself, do not come near me, for I am holier than you. These are the smoke of my nostrils, a fire that burns all day. Behold, it was written before me, I will not keep silent, yet if I restore, I will restore upon their bosom your iniquities and the iniquities of your fathers together, saith Yahweh, who have burned incense upon the mountains and hills of my betrothed. Therefore I will measure their former work into their bosom. Thus saith Yahweh, just like new wine is found in a cluster, and someone says, do not destroy, for a blessing is in it, so too I will do for my servants' sake, so that I do not completely destroy them. And I will bring forth a seed out of the supplanter, and out of Yehudah an inheritor of my mountains, and my chosen will inherit it, and my servants will dwell there. And Sharon will be a fold of flocks, and the valley of Akur a place of herds to lie down in, for my people who have sought me. But who are these who forsake Yahweh, who forsake my holy mountain, who prepare a table for that God, and who furnish the drink offering of his fortune? Therefore I will number you for the sword, and you will bow down to the slaughter. Because when I called, you did not answer. When I spoke, you did not hear, but did evil before my eyes, and chose that in which I do not delight. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, behold, my servants will eat, but you will be hungry. Behold, my servants will drink, but you will be thirsty. Behold, my servants will rejoice, but you will be ashamed. Behold, my servants will sing with joy of heart, but you will cry for sorrow of heart, and will howl for vexation of spirit. You will leave your name for an oath to my chosen, for Yahweh Elohim will slay you, and unto his servants they will be called by another name, so that those who bless themselves in the earth will be blessed by the truth of Elohim, and he who swears in the earth will swear by the truth of Elohim. Because the former troubles are forgotten, and because they are hidden from my eyes. For behold, I have created the new heavens and new earth, and the former will not be remembered nor come into mind. Therefore be glad and rejoice forever in that which I have created. For behold, I have created a happy Yerushalayim, and her people are joyful. Also, I will rejoice in Yerushalayim, and in the joy of my people, and the voice of weeping will not be heard in her, nor the voice of crying. There will no longer be an infant, nor an old man who does not fulfill his days. For a child will die at 100 years old, but the 100-year-old sinner will be accursed. And they will build houses and inhabit them, and they will plant vineyards and eat the fruit of them. They will not build and another inhabit. They will not plant and another eat. For my people are like the days of a tree, and my chosen will long enjoy the work of their hands. They will not labor in vain, nor bring forth trouble, for they are the seed of the blessed of Yahweh, and their offspring with them. And it will come to pass that before they call, I will answer, and while they are yet speaking, I will hear. The wolf and the lamb will feed together, and the lion will eat straw like the bull, and dust will be the food of the serpent. They will not hurt nor destroy in my holy mountain, saith Yahweh. Thus saith Yahweh, the heavens are my throne, and the earth is my footstool. Where is the house that you built for me? And where is the place of my rest? For everyone. For all these things my hand has made, and all these things exist, saith Yahweh. But to this man I will look, even to him who is poor and of contrite spirit, and trembles at my word. He who killed an ox as if he slew a man. He who sacrificed a lamb as if he cut a dog's throat. He who offers an oblation as if he offered swine's blood. He who burns incense as if he blessed an idol. Just as they have chosen their own ways, and their soul delighted in their abominations, so too I will choose their delusions, and I will bring their fears upon them, because when I called, no one answered. When I spoke, they did not hear, but they did evil before my eyes, and chose that in which I did not delight. Hear the words of Yahweh, you who tremble at his word. Your brethren have hated you, such that you were cast out for my name's sake, saying, Let Yahweh be glorified. Therefore we will see your joy, and they will be ashamed. A voice of stirring from the city, a voice from the temple, a voice from Yahweh, who repays his enemies. Before she travailed, she brought forth. Before her pain came, she had delivered a man-child. Who has heard such things? Who has seen such things? Is a land born in one day? Is a nation born in an instant? That Zion both experienced birth pains and bore her son. Will I bring to the birth stool and not cause to bring forth, saith Yahweh? I will cause to bring forth and shut the womb, saith your Elohim. Rejoice with Yerushalayim, and be glad with her, all you who have loved her. Rejoice for joy with her, all you who have mourned for her, that you may nurse and be satisfied with the breasts of her consolations, that you may milk out and be delighted with the abundance of her glory. For thus saith Yahweh, Behold, I will extend peace unto her like a river, and the glory of the nations like a flowing stream. Then you will suck, you will be carried upon her sides, and you will be delighted upon her knees. Like one who his mother comforts, so I will comfort you, and you will be comforted in Yerushalayim. And when you see this, your heart will rejoice, and your bones will flourish like an herb, and the hand of Yahweh will be known towards his servants, and his indignation towards his enemies. For behold, Yahweh will come with fire, and with his chariots like a whirlwind, to render his anger with fury, and his rebuke with flames of fire. For by fire and by his sword will Yahweh plead with all flesh, and the slain of Yahweh will be many. Those who sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the gardens, behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh, and the abomination, and the mouse, will be consumed together, saith Yahweh. For I know your works and your thoughts. I will come, so that I will gather all nations and tongues, and they will come and see my glory. And I will set a sign among them, and I will send those who escape them to the nations, to Tarshish, Bul, and Lud, so that they draw the bow of Tubal and Yuan in the islands afar off, those who have not heard my fame, nor seen my glory, and they will declare my glory before the nations. And they will bring all your brethren for an offering out of the nations upon horses, and in chariots, and in litters, and upon mules, and upon swift beasts, to my holy mountain, Yerushalayim, saith Yahuwah. Like the children of Yeshareal bring an offering to a clean vessel into the house of Yahuwah. Also I will make them for a priest and for a Lewi, saith Yahuwah. For like the new heavens and earth which I have made remain before me, saith Yahuwah, so too will your seed and your name remain. And it will come to pass that from one new moon to another, and from one Shabbat to another, all flesh will come to worship before me, saith Yahuwah. And they will go forth and look upon the carcasses of all the men who have transgressed before me, for their worm will not die, nor will their fire be quenched, and they will be a scourge to all flesh. The end. Thank you for listening to my interpretation of Jeshojehu. I hope that you find my Bible series, Khureb BeRuakh, Sword of the Spirit, enlightening. The word of Yahuwah is a treasure trove of mysteries. It's amazing what you'll discover when you read it with your eyes open. My name is Wendy, and you've been called out of darkness